excitement out there. I'm sure there's plenty of questions and thoughts, and obviously we can get to all of that. But we need to start with doing a normal preview, which normally I don't have set up. And once again, I don't have set up. So let's see if we can jump over and just do a bit of a breakdown. I've just had a John Cena merch thing pop up. Look at this. John Cena farewell tour. Hey, do you know what? I wonder if that merch is going to be a little bit more meaningful now, because that is the merch that he turned heel in. Normally you look at this merch and like, oh yeah, that's what they've done for like Toronto. And yeah, fine. But actually this is now quite important merch, isn't it? I would imagine Mattel will make a figure of John in that shirt. Like they'll probably do a 3-pack of Cody, John, Rock. I don't know they'll do Travis Scott, but I could see a 3-pack, those three, and all in what they were wearing, and John will be in this shirt. So it's kind of interesting to actually look at this advert and think, like, you know, does this have a bit more value to it now? I think it probably does. Right here, Rhea Ripley is going to defend the women's world title against Iyo Sky. So we've got that championship match. As well as that, we've also got War Raiders defending against the Creed brothers. So we've got that championship match. We got Lyra Valkyria against Ivy Nile. That is for the Intercontinental Championship. So we've got that championship match. We've got The Dogs Will Be Barking with Bron Breakker on Raw. What the hell does that mean? What does that mean? Is Bron Breakker coming out with some dogs, is he? Someone was a little bit bored as they were writing this at headquarters, and they've put a little extra flair in there, haven't they? Yeah. What does World Heavyweight Champion Gunther have planned as Raw speeds down the road? I don't know who's written this, but I hope they write it every day. I hope they do the NXT and the SmackDown ones as well, because it is providing a little bit of artistry, which I appreciate. What does World Heavyweight Champion Gunther have planned as Raw speeds down the road to WrestleMania? CM-Punk returns to Raw after being cheated out of the Elimination Chamber by Seth freaking Rollins. So that's what we've got. We've got 3 championship matches. We got Bron Breakker, we've got Dogs, we've got Gunther speeding down the road, we got CM Punk, we got Seth freaking Rollins. No John Cena tonight. John Cena apparently jumped onto a flight back to filming. I think, did they say South Africa or something like that? Like, he jumped on a flight and he was gone after Elimination Chamber. So not expecting John tonight, hence why I've not started like even earlier than we normally would, because I'm not expecting John. So I know that's going to be a bit disappointing. I know that it's going to be a case that people are going to be... people will be disappointed, but people are also going to be a little frustrated that we're not going to be necessarily following up that real hot angle. So I can understand those frustrations, but yeah, that's the word on the street. No John Cena tonight. Right, I want to use that voice over that we was doing at the weekend, because it really seemed to speed things up. I don't know if you noticed that, but I felt like we were getting through more comments than usual. And that is something that I would like to try and achieve this year, is get to more of your comments rather than just waffling for so long on certain subjects, which we will still do deep dives. But I thought this was working well the other day. So let's get to this, shall we? So Aaron, shout out to you.
Aaron Hanrahan, member. Wish Cena was on the show. Apparently he won't be on next week either. Hope I'm wrong. Can't wait for the follow-up.
Yeah, no, I don't think he is around for a little while because of filming. I think the next time we see him is going to be part of... that European tour. He's advertised for the European tour, so we're definitely going to be getting Cena. It's not like that's it. He's not back now till WrestleMania. We're definitely going to be seeing him. But just unfortunately not tonight. And as you said, potentially not next week either, because I don't think he is advertised for the 9th. I think it is the week after that.
Connor Rigby. Daze, do you think any of these 5 returns tonight? Asuka could finally make her return.
No.
Kairi Sane might return. Tyler Bate could return. Ilja Dragunov might return. Shayna Baszler might return.
I don't know that Shayna Baszler's away, is she? So Shayna, you could always see. I'm not aware that she's injured. Word on the street today is that Asuka's not back until after Mania. Apparently she's still out for months. Kairi, not sure, but don't know where she would come back. We have got the Iyo match, I suppose, but not expecting her. Tyler Bate is apparently rumoured to be coming back soon. So I would say out of all of those options, Tyler Bate is the one that I would favour the most. I think that, word on the street was doing the rounds that it was a case that Tyler, I'm trying to think where I read this, that Tyler is like close to his return. I really like the idea of him joining Judgment Day. I really like the idea of him going in there. We spoke about this the other day because Tyler Bate is someone that I think... I loved him when he was the big strong boy, and I loved him when he was in that UK tournament. I kind of felt like the way he was presented there really made him feel like he had a bit of grit about him, like you needed to pay attention to him. But unfortunately, that's kind of fallen away, and he's gone to the main roster. He's got this like wishy-washy kind of a gimmick now, where it's a bit like, nothing wrong with being a vegan, right? I fully support that, but I don't think that should sort of make up your character. I don't think that should be the most interesting thing about you. So they're teasing a new member in Judgment Day. Now, there's no word on the street about who that new member could be. I haven't seen anything doing the rounds. So that would be an interesting one if, like, the dirt sheets could get a hold of that, because they've been mentioning it week after week after week after week after week. And I've not seen anything in regards to where that's actually leading. It's very similar to the whole Chad Gable situation. He's gone off somewhere. And the best theory that I've seen on that is that it's going to connect to Malachi Black and Alistair Black because of that dark arts. You know, I believe he's got like a school, like dark arts training school or something. And Chad kept saying that he's going to learn the dark arts of Lucha Libre. So people have made that connection, but there's nothing more than that, to be honest, than just a pretty loose connection, right? So we don't know quite where Chad has gone, but I heard a rumor that he was actually going to pop up in like AAA or CMLL. And so I heard a rumor that was where he was going to end up. He was going to work some dates in Mexico. There's been no sign of that, right? Whether that's going to happen this week, next week, or something like this. But at the moment, there's been no sign of that. And actually, like, it seems like he had been given the number of someone that could help him. I don't really quite understand how that connects to a CMLL or a AAA. I mean, it would be a big statement if it happens. Like, you know, a WWE superstar popping up in those promotions. I think one of them, it might be CMLL, has still got a working relationship with AEW, so I think it might be AAA, because I don't think AEW are working with both anymore. So I think it might be that WWE, if true, because again, we know that the dirt sheets have been swinging and missing quite a bit recently. So if that's true, it might be very similar to the TNA situation, where we had AEW and TNA working together. As soon as that relationship broke down, WWE were in. WWE capitalized. And what we might be seeing here is we might see that there was a CMLL, AAA relationship with AEW. One of them may have broken down. WWE are in. I really think a lot of the moves that WWE are making are kind of like chess moves, and it's all to obviously benefit WWE, but it's all to hurt AEW. I get a big feeling a lot of this is about hurting AEW, because we didn't need to do any of these moves. We didn't need WWE ID, right? We didn't need to have a relationship with TNA. We don't need to go and do something with Mexico if that's what's going to happen, right? But I think we could end up doing it so that we are starving AEW of talent. I mean, they're going to struggle to get people out of TNA. They will get the odd person, right? I think that Speedball Mike Bailey has ended up going over there, and we may have lost Josh Alexander to those guys as well. But obviously this relationship we've got with TNA is still quite early, everything considered, right? So I think the more that this relationship continues to evolve, the more that we have a stronger relationship with TNA, the more you're going to see, like, you know, Jordan Grace coming over to NXT, because we can identify the people in TNA that we like the look of. You know, I'm sure they've got their sights set on Joe Hendry, for example. Yeah. So as a result, we're going to make sure we keep Joe Hendry sweet. And then as soon as his contract's up, boom, we can get him into WWE rather than him going to AEW, right? And so I feel like that's part of the reason for that relationship. I'm not saying it's the whole reason. I'm saying, though, I think it played a part. And I think as well, the WWE ID, you know, when did WWE do this before? I know it's TKO now. I know it's not Vince anymore. I know that could be part of it as well. I'm not naive to that. But I do think that starving AEW of talent is a factor. And I think working with TNA, boosting our relationship with the Indies, going and doing something over in Mexico, if that turns out to be true, it's all moves we have not seen WWE historically make. And I think it's all to ensure that we are capturing the best talent in the world, and that we're kind of securing the position at number one, which is so secure anyway. I mean, there's no promotion that's even remotely close. I mean, at the moment, AEW can't even beat NXT in the ratings, right? It can't even beat the developmental brand, let alone rival Raw and SmackDown, right? Or then introduce a second show. I mean, don't forget, in order for AEW to rival WWE, it'd have to rival Raw and SmackDown, right? It'd have to have two shows that's rivaling both of them. And it would obviously need to have like a global reach. It would need to be having like TV deals and Saudi deals and all of that stuff coming in. I mean, it's so far from that WWE could sit back and just kind of relax, but they're not. I mean, you're talking Ari Emanuel, you're talking a TKO board that are always looking for growth, always looking for opportunities, always looking for money. And I think we have seen some big strategic moves by WWE, which I don't think are going to end. I think you're going to see even more of those. Brony
FN. That would be great, Kader. I do think he's going to need a bit of a repackage when it comes to his theme music and ring gear.
But are we talking about John Cena? Yeah, I think you're going to see all of that. I mean, actually, this time that they've got now is probably quite good because everyone can talk about what it's going to be like, and we can just, I mean, if Cena was out tonight, it would be huge, but it's going to be huge whenever it happens. Everyone's going to want to know what the theme is, what the ring gear is. Everyone's going to have all of those questions, and it's going to be a big moment when he comes out looking different with a different theme and everything. I mean, that really is going to be a big, big show. And I agree, it's a shame that it's not tonight, but I also think that this is something that is worth waiting for. I'm all right with it. On this one, I actually don't need it to be tonight. I think we just had a massive shock. We can kind of get back to normal, focus on a few other things, and we've got a big John Cena thing on the horizon, and that will be new theme music, new ring gear, all that sort of stuff, because there's no way they're not going to change that. You have to. I mean, he can't just come out being exactly the same. So they're going to mix it up. Whenever you turn heel, like you always mix it up. And John did an interview years ago, I think it was with Chris Van Vliet, where he said that he almost turned heel back in his feud with The Rock. And they had all new music, all new ring gear. His approach was, right, I'm heel, so I've got to do everything opposite to what face John Cena was doing. So I've got to think that's probably still his same mentality. So it's going to be all change.
Lark Vanderpooley. AEW biggest problem is the ego of Tony Khan.
Maybe. I kind of, when it comes to AEW, we don't really spend too much time on it, to be honest, because I don't watch it, and I'm not really here to like just be bashing them for no reason. You know, they're doing their thing, and it's absolutely fine. I don't watch it. I did watch it. It was good at times, but I felt like the product was really dipping down. It got to the point where I just wasn't enjoying the shows, and so I stepped away. In regards to what would need to change to bring me back, I think I would need to see better stories. I really do enjoy the Tony Storm stuff. I've kind of seen a bit of the reaction to the Death Rider stuff, and it's really not been received very well. They do seem to be kind of, I don't know, taking some bad turns when it comes to creative. I sort of feel like they could do things a lot cleaner, simpler, keep things a bit, you know, straightforward. That you don't need to do such big, I suppose they're just trying to shock and they're trying to get like viral clips and whatever, but I don't know, it does result in some real eye-rolling moments as well. And so I really think, like, keep things simple betrayals, things like that. Just build up some good characters. It's going to take time. Build up some good work. You can have your outlandish stuff like Tony Storm, but that's not going to be to everyone's taste. I've seen plenty of people saying they don't enjoy Tony's work. Tony Storm, that is, not Tony Khan. So I just sort of feel like I'm not seeing enough in the stories. I also think as well, you know, I don't know that they really spend the time on building up their characters in the sense of, is there anyone that gets the Jey Uso treatment? Maybe there is now. I can't remember anyone. I mean, Judas was the biggest thing when I was watching. People love Judas, right? I found it a bit annoying, but people love Judas and they were singing it and it was all to try and, you know, give the fans something to get stuck into. It made Jericho feel big when he came out, but that's Jericho, who should be big anyway. That should be one of their big draws anyway. Where's the yeeting and the hand gestures and all of that? I mean, maybe that's too sports entertainment for AEW, but perhaps they're finding out that there's a place in the world for a little bit of sports entertainment in 2025, you know? Perhaps they're finding out that the fans would enjoy a little bit of sports entertainment. You can't tell me that Tony Storm's not sports entertainment. And I've been enjoying that, and I think the good chunk of AEW fans have as well. She won loads of awards. So, I don't know. I do feel like they have tried to fly the flag for pro wrestling rather than sports entertainment. And then I think they might have come to realise that actually sports entertainment does have a place and that they need to embrace a bit of sports entertainment. And then, so now, like, maybe their messaging has got a bit confused. Maybe they don't quite know, like, the right direction forward. I don't know. I think it's a mess, to be honest. And I think, like, that's why they need to just keep it simple. Keep it simple. Build up your characters. Have some great feuds. Like, I think they're doing some good stuff with Athena, because she's been Ring of Honor Women's Champ for a long time. And I think they're starting to build her against Mercedes. And it's like, yes, more of that. Mercedes, loads of belts. She's beat Harley Cameron. She is someone that gets a reaction, right? Big star, however you feel about her. And Athena, who's been like this long-reigning Ring of Honor Women's Champion. I'd be down for watching that, Matt. So, you know, I enjoyed the Mariah May, Tony Storm stuff. You've got Will Ospreay, who's one of the best in the world. You've got Okada. You know, you've got like some great talent. Takeshita, who's brilliant in the ring. Like, they've got some good pieces there. It's just about trying to fit them together so that it works a bit better. But honestly, I wish them nothing but the best.
B4 Bailey. WWE's moves can starve AEW of young and developmental talent, because at that point, they'll be left with WWE cast-offs.
That is true, yes. I do think that plays a part. I do want to be clear on that, though. I'm not saying that's the only reason. I don't want people thinking like, oh, he's saying that's the only reason. No, I'm not saying that. I mean, this is TKO, and it is a case that we are seeing them make moves that Vince wouldn't have made. So that definitely plays a part as well. But I do think there is something in them trying to starve AEW of getting like the free flowing. I mean, at one point they had relationships with CMLL, AAA, TNA, New Japan, right? I think Stardom as a result. I mean, if you're WWE, you're starting to worry about where you're going to get talent from. Because I think as well, they had pretty good relationship with some of the indies. Because, you know, the Young Bucks were popping up on the indies, and there was different stars like Danhausen and Ricky Starks, whatever, and, you know, popping up in different indie promotions. So it felt like they were starting to lock down a lot of the big hubs where talent comes through. Obviously, WWE leaned into the Performance Center, and WWE leaned into the Next in Line program, which is where you find athletes that were going to be football players or gymnasts or whatever, and, you know, their dreams don't quite come through in those fields. So you bring them to the PC and you make your own talent, and it worked well. Tiffany Stratton, look at her. She's only been wrestling, 3 years? She was a gymnast. She's now women's champion on the main roster. And, you know, I mean, I think she does decent. I don't think she's like mind-blowing and amazing, the greatest thing I've ever seen. But I think considering how long she's been doing this, I think it is mind-blowing, amazing, what they've been able to take the raw ingredient and then create a WWE superstar, giving her a catchphrase of Tiffy time and all of that stuff. So I think WWE have shown they know how to take someone that's got raw athletic abilities and to create WWE superstars. And they were sort of forced into that with, I think, the fact that AEW had kind of tied down New Japan, tied down Mexico, tied down TNA, had got, like, you know, good relationship with the indies. And then they fumbled. There's no other word I can use. They fumbled. They fumbled because a lot of those relationships started breaking down, certainly the TNA one. And now they find themselves in a situation where WWE has been able to go, well, we're not going to run the risk of that happening again, right? We're not going to run the risk of finding ourselves in that situation, because even though Next in Line worked, can't guarantee it's always going to work as well as it has. So let's make sure that we, you know, and working with TNA is great for NXT. It's great for NXT. Because, you know, if you're into NXT, chances are you're a wrestling fan. I mean, if you care about WWE's developmental, you've got to be a pretty big wrestling fan, right? So chances are you're going to know about that TNA talent anyway. And I think that shows in the reactions. You know, when Moose appeared, there was a reaction. When Masha Slamovich was in the crowd, there was a reaction. Joe Hendry, obviously, but he's, you know, a bit of a meme that's kind of, you know, really grabbed people's attention. So I think it works really, really well, because now you can have, like, dream matches. I mean, we're going to get, like, the whole Fraxium, Hardy Boys, you know, that kind of stuff. Moose against Oba. Like, you can really dig into some really interesting matchups. And, yeah, honestly, I think it's great for them. You can't tell me this has been bad for TNA. It's just great exposure. TNA's show gets, 100,000, 200,000 views a week. NXT right now around 800,000. I mean, putting TNA talent onto NXT, just doing that alone and talking about TNA on NXT, just that alone is great for TNA. Add in the fact that they've been having Cora Jade pop up over there, Oba Femi showed up over there, Fraxium have gone over there, like, it's just great for everyone involved, and it's nice to see that in wrestling, to be honest. From a WWE point of view, showing that we can actually play well with people. Because, honestly, we have not in the past. The relationships we've had in the past have not been that great. Have been a bit turbulent, but it's good to see this one seems to be working. I think both sides are pleased, which is really good.
Tom C. 8746. When AEW have people like Kyle Fletcher, Nick Wayne, Top Flight, Action Andretti, and Takeshita pushing people like Edge and Jericho is mind-boggling.
Oh, yeah, fair. That's fair. I mean, it gets a bit hard for me to comment, like, about where we are right now, because I have not watched, honestly, since early 2024. So I really don't know, outside of, like, the Tony Storm stuff, you know? So it gets a bit hard, but I get where you're coming from if that is what's still happening. I think Jericho was there to get eyes on the product initially, And he's a legend. You can't say he's not a legend. So having him around, bringing him in, but if he is kind of eating up a lot of TV time and getting wins over the younger talent and is, a big major focus in the show, then I'd say probably in 2025 that's not the right step. But everyone's going to have different opinions on that.
Kyle the wrestling fan. That Cena heel turn holy moly man. As twisted as this may seem, I laughed my butt off at how it was executed.
Not a fan. I mean, what's your thoughts? Feel free to put them in. We've done polls, and I think there's one on the channel at the moment that's about 90% or 89% of people liked it or loved it, thought it was positive, and about 11% didn't like it and thought it was negative. So I'm up for hearing people's thoughts on it.
James Chadwick. Billy Starks should have been Raw champ by now.
Billy Starks should have been ROH champ by now. Oh, I think she will be. I do keep seeing images of her. I think that they are building her. I don't know much about her, to be honest. I've not really seen much of her, but I am aware of her. I've seen a couple of her matches. I know that she is kind of the side piece henchwoman, sort of reluctantly to Athena. And so I've kind of seen a few little bits, but not enough to be able to say she's great, she's going to be the future and all that stuff. But the way they're presenting her, the way she's being featured, I definitely get the vibe they've got big plans for her.
Davne. I think AEW's biggest problem is the lack of discipline in the locker room, lack of character and good storylines, or two Chiefs, not enough Indians.
Okay. Yeah, fair. Right, let's go over to Brett. Let's see what Brett's saying. This works better. It saves my voice a little bit, which is very welcome. And it's also, I don't know why, it means we can get through the comments a bit quicker.
Brett Pritchard. New member. This new era of cooperation and risk-taking under Triple H and TKO is really tremendous. I'm not saying it's always perfect, but it's never come close to the deathly doldrums of circa 2018.
I agree.
Thank God.
I agree. I think that it's not always perfect. I give Triple H's booking about an 8 out of 10. I think there's plenty that I can pick at that I'm like, I wouldn't have done that. I don't think that worked. I don't think that played out very well. But who's going to strike at 10 out of 10? Who's striking 100? I wouldn't strike 100. God only knows what, if I was booking, what it would be. It'd be like 6.2 or something. I don't know. But the fact that he is getting 8.25, something like that. I mean, I think he's quite good at getting the big moments in. I think, it took balls, to be honest with you. It took real balls to not pull the trigger on Cody at WrestleMania 39, because he had to know that day what he was doing, in the sense of, people ain't going to like this, right? Everyone's excited. You can see the excitement online. Is today the day? All the Cody fans, the whole build's been for this, and he's there knowing that Cody's going to end that show devastated. And he knows that there's going to be a backlash and, there's going to be upset. And it's one of those where, it takes balls to do that at WrestleMania, knowing that you're going to pull the trigger at 40 instead, So I do think he can, he can make some big decisions. He can get the top. I mean, I think we would all agree not doing it at 39 and waiting to 40 was the correct decision. So kind of, I really do like some of his big plays. But when it comes to the mid-card stuff, when it comes to the women's division, mid-card women's division, you could even say mid-card men, I feel like top end is pretty good. And that is what drives the business. And then the rest of it is sort of a bit This is where, we've watched a lot of SmackDowns recently where they've not been dealing with the Cody story because it's been on holds. And, a lot of the other stuff is just not really happening, in regards to, Tiffy and Charlotte. Charlotte basically turned up and went, the Queen chooses you, right? So Tiffany's been doing a side quest with Nile that's been a bit, And really, like, you've had a bit of Solo and Jacob, but other than that, we've had to rely on the mid-card. We've had to rely on the other people on the show, and it's been a bit awful, isn't it? I went on to Cage Match. Don't hate me. I know. I'm the first to say, right? When it comes to Cage Match, there's only like 200 people that vote, right? One thing about Cage Match that never gets mentioned, because people are like, oh my God, did you see the Elimination Chamber's got like a 9.03 on Cage Match? Like, that sounds really good. But did you know that only 200 and some people had voted? Did you know that on our poll that we did on the second channel, there's more votes, right? So this is the problem with Cage Match. If you actually go to Cage Match and look at how many people are voting, the sample size is so small that, like, it gives you an indicator. It gives you a glimpse. It gives you a, but it ain't nothing that you can take to the bank, right? But I was on there the other day because I was trying to catch up with the show scores and the match scores and everything for this year. I was a couple of weeks behind and I wanted to catch up. And I think it was the 21st of February, that show had a 2-point-something rating on Cage Match. 2-point-something out of 10, right? And that was like 200 odd people had voted. And it wasn't that it was just invaded by AEW fans. It was a rubbish show. Actually, even during our watch along, we're like, God, there's not much here, is there? This was only, I think, last week, not Friday just gone, the one before. I think it was the one where The Rock appeared for the first time to say to Cody, I want your soul. Other than that segment, which was bonkers anyway, the rest of the show was a little bit mid. And even we said it was a bit mid, right? But on Cage Match, 2 out of 10. I know that it's a very small sample size. But, so we can't sit here and say that Triple H is batting 10 out of 10. I do think he does pretty well with the top-end stuff, but mid-cards and SmackDown in particular. This is why, right? Honestly, I do find it a little bit annoying, right? When he comes out at that press conference, and I've already made this point, I don't know which video, might have been unseen, and he flipping came out at that press conference, and he was like, does it feel like WrestleMania season now? Yeah. Like this, yeah? Or like, it's like, yeah. But it's March. Should have felt like it at the end of the Rumble. Yeah? What happened to February? We had to sit through all of those shows. We're the ones that suffered. We had to sit through all those shows and they were mid. And now you've got the nerve because you did a big play at Elimination Chamber. Does it feel like WrestleMania season now? Yeah, it does. Well done. Should have felt this way a month ago. I think he went on to say something like, oh, this WrestleMania season's longer. You've just got to be patient. And it's like, but surely if the WrestleMania season is longer, that means we get more good stuff. This is my argument. You can't say it starts at the Royal Rumble, WrestleMania season starts, and then follow with a load of mid shows, and then get upset because the fans aren't thrilled. And then when you do something, go, oh, does it feel like WrestleMania season? Oh, shut up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Honestly. I'm moving on.
Long Beach Hippie. The special greatness of the matches and entrances in NJPW of wrestlers like Okada, Omega, Ospreay have gone to shit with AEW. Lost all greatness in my thoughts.
That's interesting. Yeah, I do think there's something in the entrances and the size and the scale of the presentation. I mean, there's a reason why WWE spends so long on entrances. They don't just do it for lols. There's a reason as to why when people come out, they come out, pose in the entranceway, head down to the ring, pose in the ring. Then we might go to commercial break. Then when we come back, we'll do a little vignette. We'll go back to the ring. They're there getting ready, and then we'll do the next entrance. I mean, we could skip entrances altogether. You could skip them. You could literally just you could do entrances during commercial break, come back, boom, both in the ring, off we go, straight to the matches. There really is very little need to actually see the wrestlers coming to the ring, right? the idea of a wrestler walking to a ring and that being something which has to be on TV is pretty crazy when you think about it, because really when it comes to wrestling, it should be the in-ring wrestling that is the focus. So it should be that, like, well, we can skip them walking to the ring, can't we? Skip that bit. Like, we don't need that bit. Like, that's the bit where we do the commercial break. But WWE don't do that. They prioritize the entrances. Sometimes if it's a low-level talent, Akira Tozawa, whatever, maybe he'll already be in the ring, right? But when do you ever get both superstars in the ring? I mean, it's happened, but it's super, super rare. And it'll be because we're pushed for time, right? I'm sure it'll be because the segment before overran. But it's very, very rare. You're getting one, if not both entrances. And, there's been a lot of talk about Def Rebel being very mid and the way that the superstars are presented. It's so important. It's so important. As I said, there's a reason why WWE have got their shows structured the way they are structured. So if the feeling is that AEW are fumbling that a little bit, then I'd say that's definitely an area for improvement.
Crash dummy. A lot of people claim Cena kind of robbed Punk, but to be fair, Punk kind of had the first cheap shot with the GTS after the handshake.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it doesn't matter so much now. That would have been my argument. So what we were talking about there is at the end of Elimination Chamber, Cena puts his hand out again. Do you know what? I did think this. Would John Cena have actually capitalized on Punk with that second handshake? Don't forget, when Cena's in the chamber, he's heel. He's only pretending to be babyface. He's actually heel because this was a plan. Like, he never really talks to The Rock when The Rock gets into the ring. This is clearly a trap, right? Either Cody was going to join them, and I don't even know if Rock would have accepted. What if Cody had said, yes, I accept, embraced The Rock and accepted, and then John attacks him anyway? What if The Rock was never willing to actually let Cody into this group? He just wanted to see if he could, break him mentally, get him to kind of come over to his side. Listen, The Rock could have had a decision to have made there. If Cody had said yes, maybe the plan was John would have attacked anyway. Rock could have stopped him and went, actually, this is quite interesting. You want to work with, but I think he knew that Cody was going to say no. And so John knew beforehand, before the chamber, when he says no, or if he says no, but when he says no, you're going to low blow him, right? And we're going to show the world. So John, when he's in the chamber, must know of this plan, must already be heel. It does make the first handshake and hug with CM Punk seem a little strange, but it's okay. The second handshake's really weird because Cena actually goes to shake Punk's hand a second time, and he's doing this whilst being a heel. It's just we didn't know, and he was playing up the pretense of being a face. I did wonder, actually, what would have happened. Would they have just shook hands, or would Cena have actually tried to have capitalized? Could that have been an Easter egg? Like, that he had tried to capitalize on that second handshake. We never found out because Punk actually ended up capitalizing on it. John put his hand out. I think he gets kicked to the midsection. And, CM Punk tries to go into the GTS. But I was kind of playing out all these alternative scenarios in my head. And I was like, I wonder which way that would have gone. It doesn't really matter. I don't know that they even ever spoke about alternatives, but it was kind of fun to just chuck that around mentally a little bit. But it is true, he did capitalize on the handshake thing into the GTS. And then, of course, that means that when Cena capitalizes on the curb and actually gets Punk and chokes him out, I think that is the protection for a face Cena. Like, yeah, he was trying to screw over Cena. Cena ultimately had the opportunity to screw over Punk, and he took it. It's not very hustle, loyalty, respect, but considering he turns heel about 10 minutes later, or shows us he was heel anyway 10 minutes later, I think it all kind of adds up anyway, doesn't it? So, yeah, The way they execute it is very good. And obviously people have had a lot of fun going back and looking at all of the previous little clues. I do think there's a little bit too much digging, if I'm going to be honest. I do think I'm getting tagged in some mental stuff where people are like, we should have known all along. And then there's something that's just the most like flaky kind of connection, you know? I sort of feel like not everything's connected, kids, right? Not everything was a clue. I'm sure they were dropping little bits here and there, but to be honest with you, I'm not really interested in going back and looking to see what was this, what was that, because we'll never quite know if it was or if it wasn't. We'll never know if, I don't know, an image on the side of a truck was a clue. I don't think it was, by the way. People have said to me, like, oh, they told us last year in the build to WrestleMania. Do you remember when Rock was choking Cody and on the side of the truck was an image of John Cena? And it's like, I don't think this story was in place before WrestleMania 40. I don't think that was connected. I think that they probably spoke to John at the end of last year when they were trying to put together, okay, what are we going to do with your retirement year? And I think it probably came out of those talks. I mean, to be honest with you, I really thought what The Rock was doing was all lastminute.com. I really thought he had come in and had disrupted everything because plans were being changed. We could see that ourselves because of Nick Aldis video going out and then being pulled. I think, wasn't it meant to be Logan and Seth and Drew? I think there was meant to be 3 of them doing a promo last week on Raw, and that changed. Instead, we ended up with Seth coming out of that and having a little promo with Cody instead. So we were seeing plans change on Raw. We were seeing the preview for SmackDown change. We was only finding out about The Rock being on SmackDown 24 hours in advance rather than a week in advance. Like, it still confuses me, to be honest. Like, everything feels like it was last minute. And then I think you even had PW Insider and Fightful reporting that plans had changed and that this was all last minute, right? So the dirt sheets were kind of reinforcing that what we were seeing and then what was coming from the dirt sheets was marrying up. But then, of course, The Rock's come out at the press conference and said, no, this has been planned. We're long gaming this. And The Rock has made out that his hand gesture at Bad Blood does mean something as well. So, I don't know. It could have been all designed to throw everyone off. If they did a brilliant job. I don't care about getting worked. I want to get worked. I will be the first to sit here and say spoilers and the magic of how it used to be when I was a kid. Like, I miss that. And part of it is because of spoilers and rumors. And I never used to have that as a kid. And I sort of miss not knowing where we're going. I sort of miss being caught off guard. And so I do genuinely enjoy when those moments happen. So if they've done it to try and do that, I mean, it succeeded. They caught everyone off guard, right? I know there was people that were going, oh, what do you think? Could it happen? I understand that, but I don't know how many people were watching in that moment thinking, yeah, this is definitely going to happen now. And so, yeah, genuine shock. And more of that, please. More of that. I'm definitely here for that. Whether Cena turning was the right thing or not, that is for everyone individually to decide. But I think we can all agree that being shocked, genuinely shocked, and having a monster talking point at the very least, that is a good thing. That's more of those. I'm definitely here for those.
This new era of cooperation and risk-taking under Triple H and TKO is really tremendous. I'm not saying it's always perfect, but it's never come close to the deathly doldrums of circa 2018. Thank God.
We read that one. Yeah, no, I agree. We are not where we were at all. 2018, 2019, not good times at all.
Marveland. New member. Daze, what if John is being forced to be a heel? What if Rock is threatening his final run, and then John switches back to face at Mania and turns on Rock?
How do I word this? I don't know how to book this, right? Just because I wouldn't have done this. So we spoke a lot about like John potentially being the person, and I was like, I wouldn't do it, right? Because I think people are buying tickets to say thank you. It's in his final run. It feels like he's had his career. This just feels like the last lap, really. To me, it sort of feels like the race is pretty much run. And we're either in the last lap or he's already completed the race and we're literally just waving to the crowd now, right? It sort of feels like this is not the same as if John Cena had turned heel 10, 15 years ago. If he'd have done it when, you know, he was an active star, this would have felt... It still would have been a massive shock. I mean, the shock was huge, but I don't know. I mean, now I'm like, are we really going to do a John Cena heel turn for like a month, month and a half? And he's going to turn back at WrestleMania. Like, is that what we're going to do? Like, if that's what happens, are people just going to look at it as like a silly little thing? Like, oh, we only did it because it was his last year. I don't know. I don't quite know how you get the value out of it now, you know? Cena's not around for the next 2 weeks. So you're going to see him, like, you know, a few times in the build to WrestleMania. You'll see him at WrestleMania. I think it opens up some interesting doors in regards to, you know, there's thoughts out there about could Stone Cold get involved somehow? I mean, Stone Cold's just had surgery on his hip. I don't know how long that's going. I think it was the end of last year. No way he wrestles at WrestleMania. Absolutely zero chance. Probably doesn't wrestle ever again. But I don't know. Does it open up the door to do a tag match where you have Cody and Stone Cold against Rock and Cena? I mean, could you just imagine those four in a ring staring at each other? Stone Cold and The Rock staring at each other. And you've got Cody and Cena staring at each other, like all of them in the ring. I mean, I don't think it leads to that. I don't even know if it can lead to that because of Stone Cold's health. But it does open some doors which have never been opened in my mind before. So I sort of feel like booking this, it would be very difficult for me because I would not have done this. And I just think, like, you've got to commit to it now. I mean, if you get to WrestleMania and then John reveals that he wasn't really heel, like, how do people look back on the heel turn then? But does that matter? I mean, has it already served its purpose? Perhaps how it's remembered in the future is not relevant to the fact that it boosted business now. You know, perhaps it was to create noise, get people talking, create a monster moment on the road to WrestleMania, and they're not worried about that it's going to be remembered as one of the most iconic moments ever, right? Because to be honest, if John Cena is going to turn at WrestleMania again, back, then I don't think this heel turn's going to... I think it'll just be seen for what it was, and that was a momentary ratings boost, right? A big shocking moment, which ultimately didn't really follow through with a great deal, apart from it just kind of resulted in Cena turning back again at WrestleMania. So do you have to commit to this now for 2025? Have you got to stick to this now and see it through WrestleMania, see it through the summer, see it through SummerSlam? But then at what point do you turn him back? And is he going to go into his final show as heel? Which would seem crazy to me. Like, having Cena turn up to the Thank You Cena, Farewell Cena show in December, if he's still retiring. I mean, look, if he comes back and says he's not retiring, that changes everything. Everything changes. But as of right now, I'm still working mentally to the time frame that he's going to call it quits at the end of the year. I'm still of the opinion they did this because it's now or never. I'm of the opinion they did this because if we don't do this now, John, you're never going to have that moment. And that moment's a big moment. So we can do it and we can create noise. And doing it is a lot more exciting than not doing it. So in my mind, these are the reasons as to why we've done it. I would like to think there's a bigger plan. I'd like to think it's going to open doors, lead to matches, and lead to something at SummerSlam that's going to be like heel Cena against face CM Punk, you know, and something along those lines. And we needed Cena to be heel for this. I do think it benefits WrestleMania that we've got a monster heel up there, but I can't say that you turn him back at WrestleMania personally. I think now you've done it, I think you got to commit to it. That's my belief. But honestly, booking this thing, I'm glad I'm not, because I think it would be difficult, honestly.
James Chadwick. You seen that Meltzer clip about the Cena turn? He can never just say he never knew about it.
I haven't actually. I've not seen him talking about it. Did he say that he knew it was going to happen? I didn't. I mean, 1,000% caught me off guard, as you lot know. It was not the direction I would have gone. It's not the direction that I thought they were going to go. So, 1,000,000% caught me off guard. But I actually haven't heard what Meltzer's had to say. Austin.
Daze, love it if Charlotte joined Rock and Cena.
You'd love it if Charlotte joined Rock and Cena. Yeah, there is that big rumor or theory that there's a third person that's going to join, and could be. I mean, certainly can't rule it out. I don't know, is my honest answer. I don't know if there is a third person. It's hard to tell as to what the hand gesture is. I mean, it was doing the rounds after Elimination Chamber that the hand gesture was Cena's hand gesture. And again, then you get all these tweets, right? I find them so annoying. These tweets where it's like, we should have known. We should have known all along this was John Cena's. Like now it's the most obvious thing in the world. Like, we should have known. We're idiots for not knowing. It was John Cena's hand gesture all along, right? Fast forward now people are like, oh, actually, no, it wasn't that. Actually, forget what I said the other day about how we should have known. It turns out it's probably not that now. Now we think it's actually a countdown of like how many people might be in a group. And it's like, come on, man. Come on, make your mind up. What are you gonna... You're gonna fly your flag that this is something. What are you gonna stick with? What are you gonna say it actually is? I do find that really flipping annoying, you know. When people come out and they're like, we should have known all along. I think the reason why that happens, honestly, is because if you type something like that in a tweet, it makes it seem like you've worked it out and you know what this is. It makes it seem like, I've solved it. Guys, you need to read this because we should have known all along. This is what it is. Yeah. And I always see... there's a little bit of arrogance in there, like, should have known. Should have known. We should have known all along, guys. This explains it. This is what it is. Should have known. Yeah. And then literally 24 hours later, it's all changed. All of a sudden now it's not that. Now it's that apparently there's 3 people in the group and we're trying to figure out who the third person is, right? We should have known. Guys, we should have known. We should have known. It's there's 3 people in this. You watch. By tomorrow, it'll be something else, right? And it'll just keep changing. Do you find that so frustrating, so annoying? So, yeah, people are now trying to figure out who is this third person. I'm still sat here going, I don't know that there are 3 people. There could be. I'm certainly not saying there are not 3 people, but I'm sat here going, I've already seen this hand gesture change several times, yeah? I mean, people have been thinking it might be connected with a 3 count. Some people have been thinking it might have connected with, he was talking about the 3rd month after Bad Blood, which was Netflix. So that means that he's on Netflix. He was telling us all along. We should have known. We should have known. That meant I'll see you in 3 months' time. We should have known. We should have known. And then, so you have those tweets doing the rounds. Turns out that's wrong, right? Then, of course, it changes and it's something else. And then it changes and it's something else. And then it changes and it's something else. So bored of it, honestly. People don't know is the honest answer. The IWC needs to learn to say that. The IWC desperately needs to learn to say, I don't know. No one said anything, so we don't know. I don't know, you don't know, no one flipping knows. And I don't know what that hand gesture means. I don't know. I've seen so many theories and explanations for it that have been proven wrong and then changed, that it's really hard to sit here and like really get into a conversation about who the third person is, because give it a week, there'll be a new theory that it'll be something else. So we can dig into who the third person is as a bit of fun. I don't mind doing that at all. But, this whole we should have known acting like I've solved it, this is what it is, and then it turns out to not be that. I hope it's going to be a bit of a learning curve for some people out there. Hot dog.
I'm in my 20s, Punk and Cena in the chamber really felt like what I'd imagine the feeling people got seeing Rock and Austin back in the day.
You're in your 20s, so Punk Cena in the chamber felt like what you think it would feel like with Rock Austin back in the day. I'm glad you enjoyed it, but honestly, Hot Dog Puppy, shout out to you. I think the show massively delivered. Lots of praise for that show. I thought the matches were fantastic, and
they are making it as if everyone that went Hollywood becomes a heel. The Miz, The Rock, John Cena, even Randy Orton was a heel.
They're making it that everyone that goes Hollywood is a heel. Miz, Rock, John Cena, Randy was a heel. I think most people have a little run as being a heel at some point, to be honest with you. But yeah, it is interesting. We spoke about this? I did a video, which was a different video, but they are videos that I would like to make more of, because we spend a long time on the channel talking about what if and what now and what next. And, we do it in these 2 hours before. So it makes sense to pull out the biggest of those conversations and have it as a separate video. So, of course, what now that John Cena's turned heel is a no-brainer video, right? So I would sort of like to find a way of doing those on a bit of a more regular basis. And I think it was in there we were saying, like, why? What could be his motivation? Because he's on his last lap. He's saying goodbye, come and say goodbye to me. It's really weird to, like, turn heel on your last lap, on your farewell. Thanks, everyone. It's a little bit like flipping... It's a little bit like winning the flipping championship or whatever, winning the Super Bowl, and then turning heel on the bus parade. That's kind of how it feels. It's kind of like the whole crowd love you, and you're like amazing, and you're doing your final bus parade. Thanks, everyone. There's people out the windows that are coming to see you for one last time. We did it. It's been amazing. What a run. What a time. And then all of a sudden you start going, you suck. I never liked you anyway. Like that. Get out the way. I hope the bus hits you. It's like, what could be the motivation to do it? 17 obviously stands a good chance of being the reason. Like, he wants to get his hands on number 17. And maybe he just feels like, well, I keep losing. It's been 2,000 days and I keep losing. I need to do something. I've got to be clever here. If I want to break that records, I might have to do something drastic, and that would be turn heel. So there is an argument for that, definitely. There is another argument, and that is that he's outside of the WWE bubble. And he spends a lot of time in the real world and out there. And it could be that he's become corrupted whilst he's been away. I don't know if it's specifically that Hollywood has turned him, or if it's just that he has grown and, he's spent time outside of the WWE bubble, and that has kind of ended up corrupting him. But I think we're all interested to hear the reason. It could also be that, the finish line is in sight. He might be an actor and in movies, but he can always say, even if he doesn't mean it, he can always say, I always viewed myself as a wrestler first. And I always viewed myself as someone that was a wrestler. And with that coming to an end, I don't know who I am now or who I'm going to be. I know I've got an acting career and a Hollywood career, but I don't define myself as an actor. I am and have always been a professional wrestler. And so when Dwayne approached me about what would be next for me after I hang up my boots, all of a sudden he made a lot of things very clear to me. He simplified a lot of things that were very complicated in my mind. And I'm on the right path now. Something like that, you know, kind of making out that he was a bit scared of retiring and that Dwayne has kind of shown him the right way forward, you know? He's kind of corrupted him in a way. I don't know. He could say that. He could say about trying to get number 17. He could say about... I don't know. There's not loads of reasons. As I said, it's at the very end of his run, isn't it? I think what's next is a good one. I think trying to get 17 is a good one. I think being corrupted whilst he was away was a good one. I think those are the three big ones that kind of play in my mind.
George Mann. My Whitey has also turned heel. I can't gift members.
Your YouTube has also turned, has it really? No worries, but I appreciate the thought. I appreciate that you was willing to do that. So no worries at all, my friends. Sit back, relax, and enjoy whatever it is we're going to get served today.
Lisa Brown, new member. Daze, I've been subscribed to you for several months now, and finally I was able to become a member last night. Not only do I have my community family, I have my members' family. I'm so blessed, y'all.
Lisa, shout out to you. I really appreciate the support, and I'm so glad that it feels that way, that like you really enjoy. And I see a lot of the same names obviously joining us on a regular basis. So I really appreciate that. Really appreciate those kind words. I know the community will as well. And yeah, look, we just throw thoughts around, theories around, have a bit of a chat about what's going on, and I think that's something that is a nice like little escape for people. It's a nice escape for me, certainly. So no one loves this community more than I do. I don't know what my life would be like without it, to be honest. But I'm glad that you're a part of it, buds, and thank you for the kind words. Jeremy
Rue, member. Cena is worth over $100 million. The Rock is worth $800 million. They aren't doing this for money. They are trying to create amazing content.
That is true, but you have actually just reminded me of the one thing that I was trying to think of and I couldn't think of. There was another reason, and it wasn't coming to me, as to why he could have done this. And you have actually just thankfully reminded me of what that was. It is that Cena can be a bigger star. Because you've just actually pointed out there the fact that Cena and The Rock are actually quite far apart when it comes to their wealth. Cena's worth 100 million, Rock's worth 800 million. And that hunger for more never goes away. You might think that when you get to 100 million, that's it. You could just call it quits. You're done. But money is not everything, right? Money is obviously very important and it can take a lot of life's worries away, but it's not something that once you get to a certain number, that's it. Like you just go off and, you know, spend time in the garden. Some people might, but there's a lot of people that don't. I mean, Donald Trump's had money his whole life. You know, he's been a wealthy man his whole life. He always wants more. He's always looking to do another deal, to get more power, right? To get more influence, to get more money. Always looking for deals, yeah? And I sort of feel like with John Cena, you can say that he's got 100 million, he doesn't need any more money. I don't think he will feel that way. He will want to, just like boxers, you know, we see Tyson Fury boxing for big, big money. And he has come back for more big paydays. He wants his kids' futures to be secure. And he's got the ability to make crazy, like 50 million per fight kind of paydays. And so that's what he's looking for. He's a prize fighter and he's looking for those paydays. I don't know that John feels this way, but you can use it as a reason. I mean, The Rock did say to Cody, you're here, I'm here when it comes to followers. I'm the most followed man in America. Cody, come and join me. Be my champion, because I want you to be here. And he was kind of saying to Cody, I want you to be even bigger than me. And what if that's the exact same thing he said to John Cena? John, you've got 100 million. I've got 800 million. I want you to be a billionaire. I don't want you to be a millionaire. I want you to be a billionaire. John Cena's got 20 million Instagram followers. The Rock's got 390 odd million. So, John, I don't want you to be like 20 odd million. I want you to be the first of us to get to 500 million followers. I want you to be a billionaire. So actually, money could be a motivator, power, influence, stature, because there is actually a hell of a gap between John Cena and The Rock, when it comes to wealth and social media presence. In my mind, there's not this massive gap. It's weird. I would say Rock's the bigger star, but you can actually see some numbers that are quite tangible that give you an idea of how big that gap is. And I was stunned when I saw I could not believe John Cena only had 20 million. I was absolutely stunned. Perhaps it's the content he puts out. He just puts out really random bits, whereas The Rock's putting out really engaging videos and all that kind of stuff, and he's constantly going places. And I don't know, perhaps John's just never really been focused on it, whatever. But I do think there might be a little something in that, There might be a little something in the fact that he can get bigger. There is another level that he can get to. Right, let's get some of these chats. Where are we? We're doing all right, man.
RMAP 84. $2. Cody couldn't have joined because he's not going bold. 4.
Cody couldn't have joined because he's not going bold. I like that. Yeah, you've got to be going bold. Otherwise, the others are just going to feel like a bit excluded. They're going to feel like outsiders, and that's not cool. That's not cool. So I like that. Very good. Very good.
Brando, $2.92. $7 Australian dollars and 99 cents. Days. It's been reported that Travis Scott is making John Cena's heel theme.
Really? I've not seen that, I've not seen that rumor. Really? Right. Well, I liked... There was a Badman track that was on Cena's old records, which I kind of thought would be fun for him to use, because at least he's still singing it. Maybe he'll still sing this. But actually, look, Travis Scott was in the ring when it happened. He's obviously a friend of the group, kind of an unofficial member, maybe even an official member. But... yeah, I don't know. I'm not looking for Travis Scott to do the theme personally, but it's not a bad person, is it? To be honest, to do it. I mean, he's one of the biggest musicians in the world. He was there when it happened. He's clearly in with Cena and The Rock, and it does make sense from a storyline point of view. So,
Milo D. Dave's thoughts on the death of kayfabe?
I think kayfabe died a long time ago. For me, I've got a line, and the line is, don't do anything on the show that kills kayfabe. Like, when The Rock was in the ring and it looked like he was just being out of character, it looked like he was being Dwayne rather than the final boss. And even now this story's played out, I still don't like that moment. I know The Rock's like, it's another one of those, isn't it, where he's like, guys, you need to trust me. I'm a long gamer, yeah? Everything I do for a I still don't like what you did at the Raw Netflix premiere. It has not changed my opinion of that. I didn't like it at the time. Now that I know what the story was, which was you was okay with Cody, I don't like it. And I don't like the fact that you got friends with Cody and we never saw that happen. I don't like the fact that things played out away from the show and we were just meant to, okay, this has happened and now we're here now. Like, it was very jarring and I didn't like it. I still don't like it. I don't look back at it as being clever, and that's how I feel about it, right? So for me, I like the fact that, like, you can sort of explain that he didn't break kayfabe now. I don't like the story, but I like the fact that, like, okay, maybe that wasn't him being Dwayne. Perhaps the final boss character sort of changed a bit, but I don't know. He didn't look that different, did he, at the Royal Rumble? At the Elimination Chamber, sorry. So, but anyway, I think for me, when it comes to kayfabe, don't break character when it comes to the show. I don't want to watch Walking Dead and have the actors kind of coming out going, that was a good scene, wasn't it? We did really well there. I just want to watch the characters. I want to watch the story. I want to get like immersed in the world. So don't do anything that's on the TV show. I don't want to go backstage during the show and see something that's going to break kayfabe. I don't want to follow a wrestler to the back and see two rivals that hate each other chatting away, right? Because it's not their segment. So for me, there's definitely lines. I think if you want to do content that shows behind the scenes, if you're going to click on that, then that's at your own risk. Yeah, you're going to click on that and you're going to be exposed to a world that, you might not want to see. I'm okay with that. TV shows have like behind the scenes documentaries. If you bought a movie, then you could watch the movie, and then there was normally like DVD extras that would have making of documentaries and commentary tracks and loads of bits about how they, constructed the film. So for WWE, if they want to show me the TV show and then they want to do documentaries about how the show's made, I don't really have an issue with that. WWE to me is a TV product, TV show. It is a live event. It's a live theatre, but it's also a TV show. And it's something which I think you can compare to a play, or not a musical. Musicals suck. But you could compare it to a play, and you could compare it to a TV show. And I think if they want to make documentaries about how it's all built and everything, it's no different to what you get with a play or a TV show and DVD extras when we had DVDs. So I'm okay with all of that. I think what could do with being cleaned up, and I think the solution to it is quite simple, but they don't want to do it, is social media. I'm not a big fan of following, say, Alexa's account, getting loads of cryptic tweets because she's doing some storyline, but then the next tweet is her and her daughter. Like, that's fine. I don't mind seeing her and her daughter. Like, I'm really pleased for her, and that's lovely. And, there's people that want to see that. But can we not have a second personal account? Can we not have a Lexi Kaufman, brackets Alexa Bliss, personal account, but then we have a character account? I mean, can we not have two? Like, could we not have a Final Boss Rock account where when he's talking about the wrestling stuff, he puts it on to that, and then when he's talking about all his side projects, or he's talking about more behind the scenes bits and bobs, he puts that onto a personal account? Like, I would like to see a divide there rather than everything coming through the one channel where it's all kind of, sometimes I don't know if I'm meant to look into pictures because they're something to do with the show, or if they're just personal they're like, oh, this was a cute outfit. If Alexa is at home in an outfit, am I meant to look at that and is that a clue for the character? Or am I meant to look at that and just go, that looks nice? Like, I don't know. And that kind of confusion does actually arise, well, for me on a fairly regular basis, because I'm constantly looking at stuff for unseen. And so I never quite know, is it relevant? Is it not relevant? I don't know. Is this on the show? Is it not on the show? Like, I don't know. So for me, I would like to see two accounts, one for the character, one for the personal person. And I'd try and clean that up. When it comes to behind the scenes documentaries, I don't mind. I quite like seeing behind the scenes, seeing sometimes it can give us an indicator of how things came together. I find that quite interesting. But I don't really want that stuff whilst I'm watching the show. I don't really want that stuff if I'm trying to be sort of immersed in the world of what I'm watching, so for me, that's kind of how I have it in my head. Some people may be different. Some people just might not care, and they might be like, yeah, I'm not bothered. Some people might not want it. There's people out there that it's still real to them, damn it, and they don't want any behind the scenes stuff. They don't want anything like that, right? Because kayfabe is sacred and everything. But I do think that ship sailed Like, at this point now, years and years and years ago. With social media, there's just, how are you ever going to avoid it, you know? How are you ever going to avoid it? How are you ever going to avoid having the flipping Wyatt Six have their photo taken in Whataburger? You know? What are they going to say to that guy? No. And then that guy puts it up, and I don't know quite how you stop stuff like that happening, you know? If they said no to that guy, it's a bit sad. Like, he saw him, he went over, they were happy to do it. They probably weren't thrilled that picture got out. They're probably not thrilled it did the rounds, but they're not heels. So, like, I don't know, could they really, like, say no? I mean, that's a tricky one, I think. I put myself in their shoes, and I'm like, if someone loves what I'm doing and someone loves the content I'm providing, I wouldn't want to say no, you know? I mean, like, that's an honor. You know, think about someone like Nikki Cross, who's been very frustrated with trying to get onto the show. Think about Dexter Lumis. This is massive for him, right? Like, even Bo. I mean, Bo's been out of wrestling for ages, came back with Bray, had a little run with Howdy, but then obviously Bray passing. I mean, this is like special for all of them. And now they've got fans coming up wanting pictures. I can only imagine they're like, yeah, this is awesome. Like, I'm really pleased that you're, like, enjoying what we're doing, you know? I'm really pleased, like, there are a lot of haters out there. So if you're going to have people coming in that are like, I love your work, can I get a picture? You want to do that, don't you? I could understand that. I would want to do that. But then that picture does the rounds, everyone takes the mick out of them. And it's like, oof, that's hard. And it's just hard in this day and age. It's really tricky. If you're a heel, you can just heel it up. You know, if you're Grayson Waller, screw off. What's the person going to do? Go online and say Grayson Waller was moody to me. We'll all go, yeah, that checks out. Yeah, that makes sense. You know? A lot easier if you're a heel, but if you're a babyface, it's not as easy, is it? Bottom line, don't go to Whataburger.
Mackenzie Scoose. What if Jade and Naomi are working together?
What if Jade and Naomi are working together? Don't know, man. That was a bit of a vicious beatdown for them to go, only joking. We're actually friends. It was a pretty vicious beatdown, to be honest with you. I don't think they are. I think there is a bit of a question about what Bianca knows, because there is a theory that when Naomi looked back at Bianca, there is a theory doing the rounds that she knew that she was going to be in trouble, right? She knew that Jade was coming for her, because she wasn't standing there cheering like, yes, here we go, you're getting what's coming to you. It's a very interesting reaction from Naomi. Even before Jade gets to the chamber, she's worried. She's worried. She is not standing there like, yes, Jade's back. Oh, Liv, you're going to get it now. Oh, she's not doing that. She's there like, oh my God. And she looks back at Bianca like, this is a problem. The only thing that people don't know is she looking back to Bianca like, this is a problem, we're screwed? Or is she looking back at Bianca, this is a problem, I've sort of got something to tell you, you know? Again, it could be overanalyzing, like little looks and all that kind of stuff, but very interesting reaction from Naomi. She was not gloating, celebrating, cheering, or really thrilled when she saw that Jade was back. So, I don't know that she's working with her, to be honest.
Wrestle with Andy. Member. This story is helping Cody's legacy too. He's going from current great to all-time great, 3 Mania main events in a row, and part of some of the best stories ever.
Wrestle Andy, shout out to you, buds. Yes, I mean, what you're saying there, part of massive moments, main events in WrestleMania 3 years in a row, absolutely. All helps his legacy. Completely agree.
Hannah, WWE Daze. Based on the PLE, it seems that WWE has struck gold in this story. If that's the case, this story has the potential to be the best cinema, but not just in WWE, in all of TV cinema history. Thoughts?
I don't know. Is my honest answer. I can only say what I've said, and that is I wouldn't have done it. This was not a move that I was looking for. It's not a move I thought they would do. So it's really difficult for me to sit in here and kind of go, this is amazing and it's going to be the best thing ever. I think they have struck golds. I can agree with you on that. I think they have struck golds. I would struggle to book it personally because, again, it's not, you know, if I was to sit here and say to you that this is amazing, I would have done it, all that stuff, then everything that I've said before Chamber would just have been a load of nonsense, right? I mean, a lot of people would say what I say anyway is just a load of nonsense, but I was quite clear that this was not a direction I was looking to go, right? So I don't know how you play this out, because I do think there's a bit of a issue in regards to feedback I was getting. I put this tweet out with John. If he wins 17 at WrestleMania, if he's doing the heel thing right, people are not going to want to celebrate it, because if he's a heel, you're going to see Cody get brutally beaten down. You're going to see more of those moments where Cody's getting whipped and beaten, and John's going to be a part of that, right? John's a heel now, so that means that we have to build him up as a heel. So if we do that right, as we should, then it should be a case that he is not going to be cheered. So that means that when he breaks the records, you're going to be robbed of that moment. I mean, for me, the big moment of the year, it was banked. It was guaranteed. It was certain. The moment of the year was going to be Cena getting number 17, and I thought he would do it, right? All of a sudden now, if he gets 17, how are people going to react? And then the flip side is, if he doesn't get 17, will the heel turn be seen as rubbish? Will the heel turn be seen as a failure? Because, well, he joined up with The Rock seemingly to get 17, and he hasn't done it. It hasn't worked. So how long do you stick with the heel turn then? Does he try again? Like, where does the story go from there? Some people are saying once Cena's done with Cody, he moves on to CM Punk. I mean, maybe you have CM Punk come down and get involved in the main event. Perhaps CM Punk gets involved and stops John. So John could have won it, but actually but then does that make Cody look good? You know, the fact that Cody was going to lose, but then maybe Cody was outnumbered because of The Rock. So maybe The Rock was getting involved on the outsides. So maybe The Rock's getting involved. Cody looks like he's about to lose the title. Punk makes the save. Punk comes down, evens up the odds. Cody gets the win. John doesn't win. John then moves on to Punk. But it means that John doesn't get 17 at WrestleMania. Does that then sort of make the heel turn look like it was obviously not a success? I mean, he's ended up not getting the title. How long do you go with the heel turn if he's going to, you know, finish it in December, which I think he is? I don't think the heel turn was a lie. If it turns out it was, then maybe I will feel different about it. But I think there's a lot of stuff here that's a little bit tricky, personally. Stuff here which I'm like, not sure how I would kind of book this. I'm not sure how I would do this. It'd probably have to be something like I just said. I would not have John Cena win the title at WrestleMania, because I think if he's going to get number 17, I would have it happen when he's a face so that people celebrate it. So I think I would do whatever I could to protect John, and so the heel turn is not seen as wasted, and so it's going to have to be outside interference. It's going to have to be someone like Punk. It's going to have to set up the next chapter, and, you know, maybe Cena turns face in his final match. Perhaps he finally lashes back at The Rock, or says to the, like, you know, beats up on The Rock mid-match in his final match, or the penultimate match, you know, the one just before the final. Perhaps he does something like that, which then turns him face right at the end of the year. so that he can go for the title at the very end of the year and get it. And then after, he leaves as a champion, forfeits the belts, it'd be a big moment where he finally turns face. Bit like Daniel Bryan in the cage, where he finally pushed back against Bray Wyatt and the crowd went crazy, I think you've turned John Cena heel. I think you've got to stick to it. I think you've got to commit with it. I don't think you can be wishy-washy and turn him back face again. If you're going to turn him heel, it was a massive call. I think the jury's still out as to whether it was the right call. And I think booking it is going to be interesting.
Connor Rigby. Daze, do you have a feeling that Jade Cargill v Naomi could happen at WrestleMania 41?
Yeah, I think so. That definitely feels like the direction. Jade against Naomi. Yep. Joe, shout out to you. Joe said, did you see Pat's outfit today? Same watch as Cena. I don't know. I don't really read much into it, to be honest, buds. I think it was Dave Meltzer that said that the watch... He said this on Wrestling Observer Radio. He believes that the watch was the watch that WWE gave Cody that was Dusty's watch. So I don't think it's going to turn out that it was Pat's watch. I think it's... Because we spoke about this in Unseen. I thought it was the watch that Cody had given The Rock that had 40 on it, right? I thought it was that watch. I thought it was the watch that was for honouring WrestleMania 40. But actually, there was a comment that we received that it looked like it was the Dusty watch. And I'd forgotten about the Dusty watch. So for those of you that don't know, Dusty Rhodes was broke at one point. He was a very rich man, but I don't know if there'd been some bad business moves or whatever, but he got himself into some tough financial situations. And you might remember Cody talking about this with Paul Heyman. He actually said to Paul, when my dad was struggling with money, you was there for him. Like, you helped him out. And, you could see Paul getting a little bit upset during that promo. You might remember that promo from, I think it was last year or the year before, right? And it was in the build to WrestleMania. And that's true. All of that story is true. Well, one of the things was that Cody and his sister, they wanted to go to dance class, acting school. I think it was acting for Cody, maybe dance class for his sister. And the only way Dusty could afford it was by selling his watch to get the money that was needed. And so he did. He actually pawned his watch. He sold his watch so that his kids could get, the education they were looking for. And WWE, as a gift to Cody, bought, I don't think it was the exact watch because I have no idea how you would ever track that down, but they bought the exact same watch, right? And they gave it to Cody. Like, we've bought the watch for you and we're giving it back to your family. If Dusty was still here, he would have the watch back, basically, right? And obviously, look, Dusty had picked himself up by the end. He was working in NXT. He was doing all right. Obviously, Cody had money coming in, Dustin, and they were okay at the end. But it was a lovely gesture by WWE to do that for Cody and say, look, here's that watch back for your family. I can't remember if they did that after WrestleMania 40. They may have done. It might have been at the press conference after 40. But Dave Meltzer is of the belief that it's that watch. So I don't know that it connects to Pat or something like that. I mean, look, would Pat love to get himself inserted into this story? Of course, Pat loves getting himself inserted into every moment of every show. So he would love to be involved in this story, right? So can I 100% rule it out? No. But as I'm sat here right now, I think there is a chance that it is that Dusty watch and that it was done for those kind of sentimental reasons, It was done as like we're gonna beat you down and we're gonna use your dad's watch to do it as well. So that was what Meltzer was saying. Whether that's true or not, because of it being Meltzer, I'm not sure, right? But that's kind of where we are at the moment. So Joe, shout out to you.
Scoose. What if Bayley knows about Naomi's attack on Jade?
What if Bayley knows about Naomi's attack on Jade's? What if Bayley knows about Naomi's attack on Jade? Why would Bayley know? I mean, she is, I suppose, quite close to Naomi, but she could do. She's been heel not that long ago, though, to be honest with you. I'm not really looking for her to go heel again because she was in Damage Control. So, you know, that was, 2022 going into 2023? So she's turned face by coming out of Damage Control. So to put her back heel again now, like, all of a sudden she's starting to come a bit like Big Show, isn't she? I mean, look, they did say there's going to be more twists and turns on the road to WrestleMania. So absolutely, we could end up looking at like someone else knowing in that story. I still think that story. I don't know that story is going to be simply that it was only Naomi, but I definitely think Naomi was one of them. I don't think it's a case of mistaken identity because Jade seems very adamant. 'Cause imagine if Jade made the mistake of coming back and beating up Naomi when it wasn't even her. Like, I would struggle with that. I would struggle with her coming back and just doing that. I've got to think she knows. I've got to think that she is aware that of at least it being Naomi. Perhaps you're right, though, in the sense of will it be revealed that someone else knew? But my only frustration with it being Bayley was that she was heel not that long ago right now. So given the option, I think I would probably like it to be someone else. And actually, I wouldn't mind it being Bianca because at the moment, Bianca versus Rhea is face versus face. So if you turn Bianca could have issues with Jade's. That could set up Bianca Jade for SummerSlam. Jade can try and battle both, but you know she struggles, so she focuses on Naomi for WrestleMania. Bianca goes on to face Rhea. Maybe there's a bit of concern that Jade would get involved in that match. Perhaps WWE would have to put something in place whereby, look, I know you're upset with her, but this is a championship match. This is WrestleMania, and I can't have you derailing it. And think about this as well, Jades. If Bianca doesn't win, she's not champion, you can get your hands on her after WrestleMania, right? If she doesn't win, she's going to be heartbroken. If she does win, you're going to get your hands on her after WrestleMania. Are you hearing what I'm saying? That you will be able to fight for the Women's World Championship if Bianca wins. Use your head, Jades. Deal with Naomi. Leave Bianca to fight Rhea. You're going to face Bianca after. You've got my word on that, right? That could be Nick Aldis. That could be Adam Pearce. Whoever, right? I think it would need something like that. Otherwise, people will be like, oh, Jade's just going to get involved. But I think if you can make it clear to Jade, don't do it because it's actually in your best interest to not get involved. I know you want to rip her head off. You're going to be able to. But if she does end up winning, you might be able to, and you might be able to get the Women's Championship at the same time. And if she doesn't, you can still rip her head off after, yeah? So I think that that would be a direction I would go. Turn Bianca. Let it be that Bianca knew. And then Bianca will be a heel. We get heel Bianca against Rhea. You do Jade Bianca after. Build towards SummerSlam. That's where it ends. Obviously, you do matches and stuff building up, but that's where it ends. And boom. Done. Lovely. So I think I'd rather that than Bayley, personally. So.
Camden. During Cena's heel turn, I went through the stages of grief faster than a Jey Uso entrance on a Monday Night Raw.
During Cena's heel turn, I went through stages of grief faster than a Jey Uso entrance on Monday Night Raw. Well, I mean, that is a long time, to be honest with you. Interesting tweet from Sean Rossap there. If there was a third, and this was a plan from the hand gesture thing, then Sean Rossap's like, I think the third person would be Jey Uso. Struggling to see that. But his logic is Cody, Roman, and Jimmy were in the ring at the time. Was Jimmy in the ring? Was Jimmy in the ring at that point? I don't know if Jimmy was, actually. Maybe he was. In my mind, I remember it being Roman and Cody. I don't remember Jimmy being in the ring, but maybe he was. So, he's thinking that it would be Jey, though. Can you imagine if they turned Jey heel? That would be rubbish.
Vabiach Kevin, $5. At the beginning of Chamber, when they were showing everyone arrive to the arena, they showed Cody sitting in his RV putting on the gold watch.
Oh, right. Really? I don't think I saw that bit. Was that like... Right. So it might have been... He might have been wearing the one that it was his dad's, and that's where it came from. Right. Yeah, I think the watch thing is interesting because I thought that it was the one that was given for WrestleMania 40 because that's played a big part in the story, but it's always just sort of been on the peripheral. But then, like, you know, we started hearing about, like, the Dusty watch, which I'd completely forgotten about. So that's interesting. That's interesting. So, the Beach Kevin, shout out to you. But shout out to Joe as well. Very observant, looking around, asking the questions. I'm here for that.
King Chris. Greetings and salutations. Enjoy Raw tonight, guys.
King Chris, shout out to you, my friends. Right, I tell you what, we've got, how long we got? We've got about 20 odd minutes, and I really think reading out the things this way, I feel like we're getting through a fair few. I'm going to blast them now. Bang, 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 bang. Let's try and get through even more.
Edward Brown LFC won the baddest on the planet. Hey, Daze, you make a good point. So I'm going to ask if Cena doesn't get 17 at Mania. Do you think he will even get 17, or he won't ever get 17 as I feel he needs 17, and if they don't give him it, what's was? Point.
Yeah, no, I think he has to get 17 because I think that this year is all about him getting 17. That, to me, at the start of the year, last year we had Cody finishing the story. That was the big moment. This year, the big moment was Cena getting 17, and this year was about him trying to get 17. We may have just traded that. We might have gone, well, I've got the Cena gets number 17 card, but I'm going to trade it in for a Cena turns heel card instead. Maybe we just had the big moment of the year. Because to be perfectly truthful with you, if Cena gets 17 as a heel, it ain't hitting the same. It's a record-breaking moment, but it ain't hitting the same. If he's a heel and it's done right, it ain't hitting the same. So I think that you're going to have to turn Cena face again by the end of the year. I think this heel run is going to have to be... You can't end it soon. I wouldn't end it at WrestleMania. I mean, you have completely changed Cena's outlook. His relationship with the fans. You're going to change his entrance music, his gear. You've changed everything about this character that we all know, right? And as like no one thought would ever turn. And so it's a big, bold move. Yeah. They like to disrupt. We're in the age of the disruptors, and they've disrupted. So, well, you've made your bed, so sleep in it, right? And you're going to have to sleep in it for a while, because I wouldn't be flip-flopping this thing around. I think you stick with it. I think you run it really late into the year. I don't know at what point you pulled the trigger and have him go back, but I think you stick with it, as I said, and then I think you change him back, and it's just going to have to be 17 at the end of the year. There is still a way of him teasing that he's going to turn on The Rock, right? You know, like how Otis was teasing turning on Chad, right? And everyone was like, go on, do it. Go on, go on. Have it so that Cena is teasing that he's going to turn on The Rock. And everyone will be like, come on, John, come back to being the John that we know. Come on, John. Tease it, tease it, tease it, tease it. Keep doing that, keep doing that, keep doing that. End of the year, finally have it where he turns on The Rock. Big pop, right? Big moments. People celebrate, and we've got the good old John Cena back. But in order for that to work, you got to commit to the story. That means you're going to have heel John Cena for the majority of 2025. And you get to the end of the year, turns on The Rock, and then, I don't know if that's the last match. I don't know if there's a match or two after that. But you've then got face Cena back, and you've got a very short window of 17, right? I would not give him 17 whilst he's heel. But then you've got to make sure he's protected so that it doesn't look like the heel turn was a waste, you know? Because I think you've got to commit to this. And I think you need to have Cena looking good as well. I think you got to make Cena look good at like hurting people, blood and messing them up and not showing any sympathy. He's got to look like... Yeah, this is a moody John Cena, man. This is cool. You got to make it cool. I would be looking to do that, but there's gonna have to be times where the Rock's overstepping the mark, or the Rock's berating John, so you can build up that kind of the crowd desperate for John to turn on Rock. That's what I'd be thinking, personally, something like that. But I think it's a difficult one. I really do think it's a hard one to do that and get him back and get 17, and it's already March and he's working limited dates. Don't remember, he's not around all the time, so we've only got so many dates to play with. I'm glad I'm not booking it. I'm glad that's not in my inbox. Because I think that it's a tricky one.
The first 48 gaming. I knew Cena was turning heel for sure when he pinned Punk after the stomp. Nice Cena wouldn't have pinned him.
First 48 gaming. Shout out to you, buds.
Pedivi. Cena's heel turn lasts until WrestleMania. He'll turn on Rock. Rock will help him get the belt from Cody. Cena gives Rock a bigger FU. Cody turns on Cena for stealing the belt. Sold.
Pete Ivy. I think it pronounced you as Petavi. But Pete Ivy, shout out to
Penny
you.
for your thoughts, Oxoxoxo. Fans don't necessarily see such a black and white divider between heel and face anymore. Lots of people cheer for heels. Hell, I love KO. The older I get, the more I cheer for heels.
Penny for your thoughts. Shout out to you, dudes. Got a couple here from Oliver. I'm going to put them both into the same one because they'll follow on from each other. Here we go.
Cena whining 17, in my opinion, when he wins it, and leave then are back to square one tournaments.
It missed the first bit. I don't know why it didn't read the first bit. So Oliver said, this is all scripted. Why do people lose their heads? I think it's the same reason for like movies, for example, you know, when it comes to like Walking Dead, people were loving it. And then things happen in the story and you start to see people starting to drift away from watching the show. And those that stick with it love it so much that they stick with it. But they may be things that happen that frustrate them, right? Oh, they shouldn't have done that with that. Why have they killed that character off and all that sort of stuff? Saw that a lot with Walking Dead, actually. I love Walking Dead. I've watched all of that and really enjoyed the show. And there's obviously a lot of theory videos, reaction videos talking about what happened on that week's episode. There's podcasts, and I'm sure the same was probably true of Game of Thrones and all of that sort of stuff. So it's because people are invested in the stories, in the characters, and they want to see the journey of those characters, just as you would on those TV shows. And yeah, sometimes it goes down roads that you weren't expecting. Sometimes it goes down roads that you don't like. Sometimes it goes down roads that you do like. and everyone's going to have their reaction and opinion to those. And obviously what we've just seen here is one of the big talking points from recent wrestling, and you could say wrestling ever, right, with John Cena turning heel. And so obviously there's been a lot of fallout and reaction. So Oliver said Cena winning 17. When he wins it, he'll leave and then back to square one tournaments. I don't know what you mean by square one tournaments. What do you mean by that, buds? I'm not sure what you mean by square one tournaments. He'll win it when he wins it. I mean, I wouldn't give it him as a heel. I would have him win it as a babyface, as I said. I think that moment is not going to hit as hard if he wins it as a heel. I think that if you've built him as a heel properly, where he's whipping down and beating down on Cody, and you've got like kids crying, reactions and all that stuff because their hero Cody's being beaten up, and like, you know, Cena's coming out berating the fans, saying he never cared about them or whatever. I mean, if you're a heel, that's what you're going to do, yeah? Your job is to get heat. Your job is to get booed. Your job is to be the person that the crowd want to see lose and the baby face is winning, right? That's the whole point of it. And so if he does his job right, people shouldn't want to see him win 17 as a heel. But it's a tough one because it's still John Cena. He's still a legend. He's still given everyone so many memories. He's still one of the biggest superstars in the history of WWE. And people might even still be a bit shell-shocked by it, to be honest with you. So it's an interesting one, hearing people's thoughts.
Tyler Hahn. Hey, everyone, I'm here at Raw.
Oh. Tyler, I hope you have a great time, my friends. Should be a good show. Preview looks good. So, yeah, I hope it goes well, buds. You'll have to send us a picture of your seat and whatnot. Or your view.
Craig McLachlan. Member. $5. Cena wins belt. Rock Cena cost Punk Cody to lose MIB and cost them to qualify at King of the Ring. Punk uses favor faces Cena at SS and Cody's Rock at SS.
Hang on. Cena wins belt. Rock Cena cost Punk Cody to lose Money in the Bank. Cost them King of the Ring. Punk uses favor to face Cena. I do struggle with that. I don't understand how Heyman is going to be able to help get a match with Cena. Surely Heyman can do stuff in relation to Roman, but it's going to need a bit explaining as to how Heyman can actually get other matches made. He's not a matchmaker. He's not in charge of creative. I mean, you can say that he's got influence and that he can have a word with Triple H, but I don't understand how Heyman is going to do that. It can be done. I mean, look, would I be shocked if there was a segment where Heyman was like, look, I've had to call in big favors myself. I know a few people around here, and I've managed to get it done for you. But we are even now. Like, I could see something like that being said. So I'm certainly not saying that it's impossible. But I've always took the Heyman favor to be more related to something to do with Roman, like Punk needs Roman's help, or Punk wants to get involved in a match that Roman's in. You know, like WrestleMania looks like it's going to be Roman versus Seth. Well, if Punk wants into that match, then he can go to Heyman and say, I want in. I want you to, you know, have a word with the tribal chief and tell him that I'm going to be in this match and that he's okay with it because it's happening and I'm calling my favor in. I've always sort of took it that way, so I don't know. I'll be interested. It's certainly not impossible that Heyman can use the favor to get Punk into matches with Cena or whatever, but it would just need a bit of explaining for me. So, Craig, shout out to you, buds. Dexter Loomis, fan accounts.
Dexter Loomis, supporter. Daze, thank you for everything you do, Bud Lyra.
Hashtag Lyra. Dexter, shout out to you. Oliver, I get you.
Oliver Klintz.
Got you.
€2. What I mean, they would need to crown new champ.
So you're saying that Cena wins the title and then maybe doesn't lose it. Perhaps he wins it quite late and so there's no time to get the belt off him, so he forfeits it, and then we have to do a tournament to crown the new champ. To be honest with you, I think what they would probably do is they would probably, I mean, obviously we can't say this 100, but the Royal Rumble is in Saudi Arabia. So I think it would make sense for them to do the Rumble in Saudi Arabia for the championship. I think that's great for Saudi because it makes the Rumble a bigger deal. It's great for WWE because they want that deal negotiated with Saudi. They don't want to lose Saudi. I think, we're only doing one Saudi show this year because we're going to do 3 next year. And we're doing one of them being the Royal Rumble. And I don't think they'd be down in making that a big, big show. I actually think you're going to see those Saudi shows really, like when it's time for the TV deals to be renewed, you start to see the product get a bit better. Like with NXT, we started to see like main roster stars going down to NXT. So, we were starting to really ramp things up a bit. I think you might see that with Saudi Arabia. That deal expires 2028. So still a little bit early right now, but I think you will see that starting to get some movement actually, because I think that is a deal they definitely do not want to lose. It's worth a lot. I think isn't it like 50 million a show or something bonkers like that? I think it's honestly a bonkers amount of money that's on the line for that. So yeah, they are not going to want to see that go. And yeah, so it could be that they do a tournament, or it could be that they go that way with the Royal Rumble. I'm just trying to set this up as well. We got 7 minutes, but I haven't done anything. I'm not ready. I am just not ready. Here we go. Have I got my headphones? I've got my headphones. Right, we've got the countdown clock starting as well, which is good to see. Lovely, lovely. Lovely. So, Oliver, yeah, get your buds. You and me, same page. David said, is the favour Punk gets added to Cena Cody 3 and a triple threat? Well, again, I can only repeat what I just said. I'm struggling to see how Heyman can get Cody into a match that doesn't involve Roman. He is Roman's wise man. So, the favour can be anything, because WWE can always find ways of explaining pretty much anything. But I've always just naturally thought it would have something to do with Roman, something to do with like a Roman match or Roman support or something that Paul can easily, like Paul's circle of influence is really with the bloodline. So, Paul could maybe go and get Jay or Jimmy or all of them, What about if Punk finds himself being beaten down by a faction and he needs some serious backup, and he goes to Paul and says, I need the bloodline? And I'm not even talking WrestleMania. I'm talking, I don't know, flipping build for SummerSlam or whenever. I've always thought it'd be more something along those lines than it being get me into the code. We've never told the story that Heyman has been able to make matches. How does Heyman get Punk into Cody versus Cena? We know that, like, he's got a relationship with Cody. I suppose he could go and have a word with Cody. I don't know that Cody and Paul's relationship is necessarily stronger than Cody and Punk's. If Punk went to speak to Cody, he would potentially be able to negotiate his way into a match. Same as if Paul did. So I don't know. I would need that explaining. That would need to be explained to me as to how that would work. Could it work? Absolutely. WWE have got the opportunity to explain anything. Yeah, they can do anything. We can have The Rock turn up as a flipping babyface out the blue, and then a few months later we can try and find a way of explaining it. Right? So, can it be explained? Yes. But I'm just saying how I've always envisaged that going is different to how some of you seem to be envisaging it. But could he negotiate his way into that? Sure, why not? Yes, he could do anything, because WWE can explain anything. but I've always took it as being a Roman thing.
Vabich Kevin. Cena wins at WM with Rock interference. Cody gets time off. Punk gets shot at Cena. At SS Punk's favor is to have Roman stop Rock from interfering. Punk wins title. That sets up Rock Cena versus Roman.
The Beach Kevin, appreciate the support, my friends. So that's what the Beach Kevin would do. He would look to book it that way with Cena winning at Mania, thanks to Rock interference. Cody taking some time off. Punk gets a shot at Cena at SummerSlam. Punk's favor is to have Roman stop Rock from interfering. Punk wins the title, and then that sets up Rock or Cena versus Roman, says for Beach Kevin. David
Duffett. Heyman has to eat Punk's Brussels sprouts in catering.
Wow, that would be moody. He would not appreciate that. Daniel, shout out to you. Let's go over here.
Daniel Whitehouse. Daze, do you think Cena win title at SummerSlam, not at WrestleMania?
Well, I've said that I wouldn't have him win it as a heel. So he's certainly going to be a heel at WrestleMania. So unless he turns during the match, I personally would not have him break that record, get number 17 as a heel. I think you're spoiling a big moment there. For me, the start of the year, no doubt in my mind, the big moment, there was two guaranteed moments in my mind that we were going to celebrate, were going to be massive. Cena getting 17, Cena retiring. Those were the two. I'm sure they're happening, right? I couldn't see them not doing 17 because you're leaving a lot of money on the table. Think of the merch. Think of the shirts. Yeah. Think of the merch. Think of the talking point. I mean, that would go everywhere. John Cena breaks the record for most world title reigns ever. Come on. They were always doing it. It's going to happen. But again, this is why now turning him heel, you go, well, that makes it a bit more flipping complicated. He can still do it, and it can still make noise, and it can still be reported, but I'm standing firm on the fact that it just ain't going to hit the same if he does it as a heel. Jamie, shout out to you.
Jamie M. Stewart. Punk wants Heyman in his corner in the triple threat at Mania. That's the favor. Right,
yep. I can vibe with that. It could be that it's not Roman, it's Heyman himself. Like, I want you to watch my back. I want you to make sure I don't get screwed over. And Roman could have an issue with that. Like, you're my wise man. And Paul could be like, we did agree, my tribal chief, that I would be there. Like, I can see how Heyman can do that and how he can deliver that and how he can put into a predicament with that. So I can see that. Yep.
Phoenix. I am wondering if we will see interference tonight in the women's champ match. I can't imagine Iyo or Rhea missing Mania.
I just read, actually, the word on the street is that it's going to be the last match. It's going to be the main event, which is quite interesting. Should be about to start this show as well.
Oatmeal 2. Bo been cleared to return to in-ring action. I'm guessing Friday to soon.
Bo is clear. Yes, he should be coming back soon. To be honest with you, not the biggest shock. Great news to have it sort of confirmed, but they've been teasing, haven't they, with the glitches that the Wyatt Six and Alexa are going to be joining forces. I don't think they would do that unless, we're ready to go. We're ready to return to the Wyatt Six and all of that. So great news, though. I completely agree. So shout out to you, buds. Okay, this thing is starting. Dun, dun, dun. We are now just 47 days away. 47 days away. James, shout out to you, buds. Let's get to your thoughts.
James Chadwick. Daze, if there is a third man, what if it is Trick? or any other younger talent evolution style.
Yeah, it's a really good shout, that, because normally with these sort of groups, you do see a younger talent, don't you? Someone that can like benefit long term. Because we know The Rock's just part-time. We know Cena's going away at the end of the year. So who kind of carries on this momentum, you know? If you think about Evolution, for example. Evolution, we had Batista, we had Randy. They were in there with Triple H and Ric Flair.
Raka Rice. Daze, do you think Bianca wins at WrestleMania?
Do you think Bianca wins at WrestleMania? I think there is a chance of it, yes. I think I would personally go with Rhea. I did feel different, right? I did feel different because I was thinking Bianca is like here. I think Rhea's a little bit ahead of her. So I feel like you go Bianca. But after Jade's return and after thinking that maybe Bianca is a part of that, I'm wondering now if we just carry on with Rhea and then we do a Jade-Bianca story after. I think it's 50-50. I think you can really make an argument either way. But I was very much, before Elimination Chamber, I was very much, give it Bianca. I think she could do with the boost. I don't think she is quite the same level as Rhea. But now that Jade's back, I'm thinking a little different. I'm thinking, let's do Bianca Jade after WrestleMania. Because I think it'll be Naomi against Bianca for WrestleMania. And I think it'll be Naomi against Jade. And it'll be Bianca against Rhea. Jesus, all these names, but honestly. But I think it's a very, very close match. Very close match.
WWE Creative Humor. 1M, then, now, forever, together, until we find new ways to demolish your childhood memories.
I just saw that on X. I thought it was good. Then, now, forever together until we find new ways to demolish your childhood memories. They're showing the Cena turn moment.
Turn Bianca heel and put the strap on her at WM. Rhea can't win at WM. It's either Iyo or Bianca. I talked about this on Twitter.
So I still think there's a chance they turn Bianca heel and put the strap on her at WrestleMania. Rhea can't win at WrestleMania. It's either Iyo or Bianca, and I talked about this on Twitter. Let's go, Alistair. Shout out to you.
Finley Robson, member. I think the three fingers from The Rock at Bad Blood symbolized Cena, Cody, and The Rock. He only put two up at Elimination Chamber because Cody rejected him, and it was just him and John in the group.
Finley, shout out to you, buds. Michael Cole said we're going to take a deeper look at what could be the biggest story of the 21st century. This isn't bigger than Cody finishing his story. There we're seeing Damage Control. There's Bianca. I love you. She must be... Oh my God, who's she talking to? She said, I love you. What if that was not Montez? We're just seeing American Made in the ring. Ring looks a bit small. What's going on? Why does the ring look so small? What's this? I think it's just the angle, to be honest. Okay, we got a vehicle arriving. It's not The Rock's vehicle. It's CM Punk that steps out. CM Punk. Yeah, CM Punk is not best pleased. He's going to make his way down to the ring. He's going through Gorilla.
Hannah, WWE. Daze. I think you're missing an important piece of the story. Travis Scott also turned, with John proving you wrong by turning in his final year. Let's see if Travis plays a pivotal role in helping him. win?
Apparently he's going to... apparently he is going to wrestle Travis Scott. Okay, CM Punk is making his way down. Goes over, snatches a microphone. He is livid. He is livid. He knocks over that Prime hydration station. Let's start this show with a bang. He's not a happy boy. Okay. I'm going to get us cancelled off of Netflix. Okay. He's talking about... This is great. So much energy. He's like, give me names. Who should we go off on? People are shouting names at him. The final boss. Come here. You bald fraud! He calls The Rock a bald fraud! Yes! Oh my god, we don't need John Cena as a babyface. Cook. He is cooking. I have never been so desperate as to wear a fake title. I earn it. Oh my god, go on, Punk. So good. John Cena. That brings me to you, John Cena. We can all see through you, John. You won't fool me twice. Yeah, everyone sees what I've known all along. It's going to make it hard to turn him back face, isn't it? This is amazing. You gave up on yourself and these people and the kids. I'll see you down the road. Oh my God! You're gonna make a wish that I never did when I get my hands on you. Oh my God! Oh my God. That Make-A-Wish line is incredible. Seth Rollins. Here's Seth. Seth's coming down. This is absolutely incredible. Incredible. CM Punk showed and consistently shows how amazing he is on the microphone on a regular basis. He did it on Friday when he absolutely owned that segment on SmackDown. But what he's just delivered here, I think, has even bettered all of that. I mean, what he's just delivered here is just... I'm trying to think if it's the best promo I've seen since he came back. I think it really might be. It really might be. They're brawling at the moment. Seth has come out. Shots coming in there by Seth and CM Punk. They're brawling away. Adam Pearce has come out. He's looking to separate both of these guys. Shot coming in there by Seth. I don't know what Seth's wearing. It looks a little bit more normal, but his trousers still look like they're made out of like bin liner in certain places. What a segment. What a moment. Brilliant work. Yeah, they're in the ring and they're brawling away at the moment. We've got loads of outside people, officials that are in there. Big, big brawl. Got so many security guards.
King Yeti 1 NM0. I don't like CM Punk, but he's on fire with this promo.
It really was. I respect the fact you don't like him and you are still able to acknowledge that. Going again and they're over by the crowds. Massive, massive brawl. These guys have been fighting now for a good few minutes. We've been over by the ring. Now we're on the outsides. Look at all of these people that are trying to separate them. Look at all of these people that are trying to pull them apart. I think they've managed to succeed momentarily. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome, because it really is. Seth's managed to break free. Seth goes over, so has Punk. They're brawling again. Over by the commentary table, down on the floor. Look at them all. Look at them all. There's around about 30 people trying to separate these two. It's a massive brawl. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. CM Punk getting back up to his feet. How are all of these officials this incompetent? It doesn't matter, though. It really is fun. It really is fun. Adam Pearce in between, trying to separate both, having a word with both, and I think he's managed to get some order to this. No. Look, Seth trying to break away, and he does! And we're going again! Yes! There we go. Yeah, what's he got there? He's got some cabling. Oh, God, they just want to rip each other apart. Seth threw a prime bottle. Is he going to run round again? Boos are ringing out. Michael Cole said, this is the damnedest thing I've ever seen.
Nile. Member. Cinema.
There we go. We go to commercial break. So that was incredible. I don't know what we're going to do. Oh, they're going to stick with it. So we're sticking with it. And right now we've got CM Punk. He's in the timekeepers area. We got Seth. He's all the way up the entranceway now. So this thing has certainly come to an end. Oh, Seth's running round. Seth Seth's coming round again. I think this thing might continue. He's coming through the crowd. And it is. It is. We're going again. Oh, my God. I think this might be during commercial break. They've managed to just separate them. But he did just go running rounds. There was just a moment there where they were brawling. Seth grabs a chair. He's being led away again. I thought they were just going to slowly kind of walk away. Because I'm sure we're at commercial break at this point. Crowd are chanting, CM Punk. Monster brawl. He's still trying to find a way of getting to Seth, you know. He's kind of going back through the crowds. The technical area, we've got loads of officials tracking him. And I think he's reached a dead end. Just madness, man. Madness. Madness. I want to have a look and see, are we at commercial? Daniel is not feeling it by the looks of it.
Daniel Henry. CM Punk is washed and overrated. He thinks he is a bigger draw than he actually is. Overrated.
Okay, we finally got this thing settled down. And now we've got Alpha Academy making their way out. So here's Maxine, here's Otis, here's Akira. So those were Daniel's thoughts. Let's see what Cool Drummer thinks.
Cool Drummer. Punk doesn't deserve to main event WrestleMania. He buried WE for 10 years.
Yeah, there are people that do struggle with that. I think there was a very toxic relationship there that has now been repaired. So I'm okay. I think we're in a very different place. I think there was a lot of water under the bridge. I think there was a lot of bad feelings. I think a lot of stuff was said. I think we're all grown-ups and I think we're in a different place now. That's kind of how I see it, but I get there's people that still struggle.
LSW member. I was just thinking the other day, the best thing about modern WWE is that guys don't fit into binary heel or face distinctions. They're human characters with very human motivations. I love it.
Ellis Dub, shout out to you. Yeet. Lisa
Brown. New member. Daze, Cody turns heel at Mania. Cody has been aligned with Rock the whole time. Remember, Cena trashed Rock bad in the past. Rock gets revenge on Cena. Cena retires a face, and the fans are happy.
Hang on, there was a lot there. Cody turns heel at Mania. If he was going to turn heel, I think he would have already done it, to be honest. I think there was an opportunity to have done it. Like, literally just. So I don't know that it'll end up going that way. Cody has been aligned with The Rock the whole time. Remember, Cena trashed Rock bad in the past. Rock gets revenge on Cena. Cena retires a face, and the fans are happy. Lisa, a lot to digest there, buds. Brony, shout out to you. They're just showing a replay of what went down.
Maybe you can say he's overrated in the ring, but he's top 3 best on the mic. Arguably the greatest of all time on the mic.
Oh, he's brilliant on the mic. He's brilliant on the mic. What CM Punk just did there is honestly one of my favourite promos I've seen in a long time. And I thought what he did on Friday was exceptional. I really did. I was full of praise of what he did on Friday. And this just topped it. So I know there's people out there that have struggled with how he was in like AEW. I understand that people have seen a lot of the comments that he's made and they've kind of made them a bit angry. Like wrestling fans have long memories. But I'm over it. I don't mind. It doesn't matter to me. I think that it was a very different time. I think it was a very toxic relationship. We know there was a lot of water under the bridge. And I think what we're seeing now is just stuff that I wasn't expecting us to see. James
Chadwick. Punk is huge draw WTF. EU numbers proved it.
Yeah, he did very, very well over in AEW. He's a definite draw. I think merch sales, views, all of that showed that that's the case. Bills Mafia, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it.
Hannah WWE Daze. We've had the Bollywood boys, but now we have the Hollywood boys with Cena and Dwayne. But let's not forget Dwayne's goals is being the final tribal chief, having Cody turn and win the WWE title.
Dwayne's goals is being the final tribal chief, having Cody turn and win the WWE title. Okay, we're backstage with Judgment Day. Liv said, I think it's time you go after the Intercontinental Championship. Finn said, I'm just happy for you and Raquel, but he didn't look happy. Okay, Finn says, maybe I need to deal with Bron Breakker tonight. Imagine that match. They were face to face. Was it last week in the ring? You have to really watch these. Okay, they just mentioned Jade. You have to really watch those Judgment Day segments because there's always these little comments in there that like people are like, oh, did you hear when Carlito said this? Did you hear when Dom said that? Did you hear when Raquel said this? And like you have to really pay attention. But yeah, wow, we might end up getting Finn and Bron Breakker, which they sort of teased. Was it last week? I'm here for that match. Here's
Brett
Otis.
Pritchard, new member. People who hate CM Punk are always of a certain type. They're the sort of people who like the Young Bucks and don't think it's important to sell. Basically, folks who don't fully understand wrestling.
People that don't like Punk are the people that like him. Maybe. I do think there is a little something, though, in people that... I think there is definitely something in people that feel that he walked away. You know, and that he then, whilst he was away, was bad-mouthed in the company. And I think there's people that feel a bit hurt by that can't move past that. Not an issue for me, honestly. Not a problem whatsoever. I don't mind people bad-mouthing WWE if you then come back into the fold, you know? If you're just going to go away and stay away and bad-mouth WWE, I'm not going to interact with those people. I love WWE. So I'm not going to interact with, you know, your Rybacks or whatever. But look, he's back in the folds. I mean, he's having another run, isn't he? Bridges have been built. Fences have been mended. And we're in a healthier place now. Carl and Dawn. Hello, Carl and Dawn. I haven't seen Carl and Dawn in a little while. Don't feel like I have. Here's Gunther cutting a promo, by the way. You're a people pleaser who makes a clown out of themselves. You don't belong in my sacred ring. Whoa. Whoa. That is quite the statement. Guys, who belongs in your sacred ring? Answers in the chat. Okay, so he's having a go at Otis. This is such a weird side quest, isn't it? He's talking about how there wouldn't be a belt that fits Otis. Okay, here's Gunther. Yeah, crowd are chanting for Otis. Oh, I've got to show you this meme. I've got to show you this meme. There's Adam Pearce doing that, and there's a puppy. That's going in unseen. Oh, big boot by Gunther. We are underway. Gunther against Otis, and we are underway with match number 1. Dude, come on. We need to look at it again. There he is. Yeah. And there he is at home. Is that a dog penis? Is that a dog penis? Oh my God, it's so cute. Is this animal abuse as well? Why are we holding it? It looks like we're holding it really tight. Oh God, it's so lovely. And Adam Pearce, actually, in all fairness. Carl and Dawn.
Carl and Dawn Hamilton. Best Raw opening ever. Lol.
It was really fun. Yep, we're underway with Otis and Gunther now.
Kendall 42082. $1 and 99 cents. What a start. Hey yo, go hit the like button.
Kendall, shout out to you, my friends. Lawrence
Elliott. £2. You were on Raw.
Yep, we're on Raw, but all over it. We're here every Monday. We're back tomorrow for NXT. We're doing Evolve this week as well. So not only are we all over Raw, we're all over NXT. We're going to be on Evolve on Wednesdays. First show this week, actually. And we're back on Friday with SmackDown as Otis grabs Gunther. And he's going to look to throw him. And he does. On the outside. There we go. And Gunther is down. Carl and Dawn.
Carl and Dawn Hamilton. Member. $1 and 99 cents. They shouldered you on Raw days.
Shouldered you. Not sure what you mean by that, bud, but Carl and Dawn, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're enjoying the show. To the barricade goes the big man.
Gunther's petty beef between these three is unironically hilarious and extremely over with the live crowds. It's very good and really well done. Just wish we were progressing forward story-wise.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a side quest, isn't it? Because of the fact that he's going to be facing Jay at WrestleMania. So really, this is just something for Gunther to do as we're building towards Jay, the Jay match. It's going to be really interesting to see what twists and turns that takes. Gunther in the corner. We got Otis charging over, collides in, down goes Otis. And we got Tozawa and Maxine on the outsides of the ring. Those clowns are disrespecting, says Mayor Pete. What, Gunther? They're ruining his sacred ring, aren't they? Crowd are chanting, let's go, Otis! Okay, here we've got Gunther coming over, chopping away, down goes Otis. Otis down in the corner. And boot coming in there by Gunther. So Gunther very much in control. I don't know. I never know if we're at commercial break or not. No. We are live. Half an hour of the show gone already, you know. Red hot crowd this evening. Great crowds. Big boot coming in there by Gunther. Otis over by the ropes. Otis coming over. Big boot there by Gunther. Otis goes down. And I think now we go over to commercial break. Are we? Maybe. Or coming back.
Brett Pritchard, new member. I mean, what's Jay doing? He should be training like Rocky, getting serious and finding the eye of the tiger. Though he's injured, they could have Ilja Dragunov mentoring his training.
Oh, I can't wait for Ilya to come back, you know. I really miss him. That'll be so good when he returns. Normally, there's a countdown clock that tells us when we're at commercial break. I never had one, and I still don't have one, so it makes it really hard to know when we're at commercial or not at commercial. Normally, I have a little countdown thing, but don't have it this time. There was a little flag in the corner. I wonder if that's the new thing. It was like this little flag thing emoji. It was a bit weird. I didn't know what it meant. Perhaps they're doing that now. Here's Otis getting back up to his feet. I just checked because the match had really slowed, so it really felt like we were at commercial break. Big boot there by Gunther. Oh, here we go. Oh, another big boot. Otis goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Gunther out there on his own as well, by the way. He's not out there with Ludwig. Obviously, we know no more Giovanni, of course, but he's happy to go out there with Akira at ringside, Maxine, Otis. I think he probably does view these as clowns. Here we go. We've got Otis in a bit of a headlock. Boom. Down he goes. Otis down. Gunther down. This match bubbling along. Gunther is top boomer, says Mayor Pete's. K-pop lover said Ray Phoenix to WWE. Yes, he is a free agent. Here's Otis. Gyrating away. Chop coming in there by Gunther. Otis coming over. And again, another chop coming in. Otis by the ropes. Getting fired up. Another chop coming in. And again. You son of a... I think that one hurt. You son of a... He rips the shirt off. Otis coming back now. Oh, collides into Gunther. Gunther goes down. Gunther. Big splash there by Otis. You son of a... Picks him up. Scoops him up. Spins him round. Plants him down. Oh, yeah. Otis charging over. Boom. Collides into Gunther. Gunther goes down. It's all Otis at the moment. Here we go. He's building up. Here it comes. But no. Gunther charges over. He gets planted down again. Otis. The caterpillar. The elbow looked rubbish. 1, 2. Kick out by Gunther. Crowd are really good tonight, you know. Crowd are really good tonight. Otis going over to the corner, looking to climb up. He's about to splash down. Boom! Oh, my God. Gunther moves. Big drop kick. Otis goes down. Here we go. Look it in reverse. Big back body drop. Gunther goes down. Gunther going over to the corner. Here's Otis colliding into each. This is a low-key, fun match, you know. This is actually one of those matches that you're like, well, yeah, this will just be like a bit of a squash. But Otis is giving a good account of himself. Crowd are really good tonight. Big boot there by Gunther. Otis goes down. Gunther grabbing Otis. Another big clothesline. Otis down. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by the big man. Yeah, this is one of those where you're like, this will be a squash. This won't take long. But actually, they're giving this match some time. They're having Gunther having to, like, really dig a bit deeper than I think he was expecting to, which is obviously going to give Otis a bit of credibility. Right now, he's got Otis. He's looking to pick him up. Powerbomb! That might do it. 2, 3, and it does. It's a win for the Ring General. Let's get this done. Edward, shout out to you.
Edward Brown, LFC1, the baddest on the planet. Daze, in my opinion, but you might disagree. Yes, Punk is unbelievable on the mic, but I think both Cena and Rock are better. Punk Cena has buried him before on the mic in the past years ago, same on Rock. BBI.
You think Cena and Rock are better? Punk Cena has buried him before on the mic in the past. Okay. I just think Punk's amazing. I think Punk showed on Friday he is amazing on the microphone. I think what he just did there was amazing. It's for people to debate who's better. Here's Jay. Jay making the save. Jay making the save.
LSW. Member. This match and the Tozawa match have zero business being this entertaining.
That is true.
Gunther is a top 5 talent on this planet.
Boom. Big boot there by Gunther. Gunther and Jay are brawling. And he's pounding away there on the Ring General spear. Oh, I gotta say, I think Bianca's spear is a bit weak, to be honest. So, Jay just grabbing the championship.
Hi, Daze. Hope you're doing well.
Shout out to you, bud. Yeah, I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the show. Oh, A-Town Down Under are attacking Jay. A-Town Down Under are attacking Jay. Right now, they pick Jay up. No. Ooh, they get in each other's way. Super kick there by Jay. Grayson comes over. Boom, he gets murked. Again, another shot. Oh, bang. Gets the ropes, gets spear. He's looking good. Oh, Gunther from behind. Gunther from behind. Down he goes. Look at can you see Gunther's knee? There we go. Jay is down. Joshua, shout out to you, buds.
Can you show your John Cena heel turn reaction?
Not right now. It is out there, but yeah, appreciate you joining us, dudes. Keep getting your votes in as to what it is that you thought about that last match.
You are now famous worldwide. Congratulations, bud.
Well, look, what we do here, mate, is we literally just try and just have fun. I mean, that's all we try and do. So I don't think that we're just in a little corner of the internet. Yeah, that's all we are. Just in a little. We mind our own business. Yeah, we don't mean no harm to no one. So Big Migs Gaming, shout out to you, my friends. ABC, shout out to you, buds.
They were showing reactions to the John Cena heel turn.
I did see that, buds. I saw the one of the kid, which was great. I'm pleased they're using the ones with the kids. Rishi.
I love to see Bianca Belair take on Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania. She might win the World Championship.
Well, that is where we're heading. That is the direction that we're going. That is the match that I think we're going to get. Russell
Pedrosian. Hey, Daze. Does this mean John Cena won't retire after his heel turn? Did Travis Scott also turn heel and join the Final Bosses?
Will Travis Scott turn heel? I think he did turn heel. Didn't you see how hard he hit Cody? He battered him, mate.
Final Boomer. A Daze I tagged. Took her picture of you on Netflix.
You took a picture of me. Thank you. Wow, we're going to have Raw Recap. It's a brand new podcast. Sam Roberts and Mega Morant's Raw Recap, brought to you by Fanatics. Okay, so they're advertising a new show, Raw Recap. Oh, here's Lyra, here's Ivy. That's next. Right, let's end this poll of that last match, and let's do a poll and see what people are thinking in regards to who's going to win. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, here's Bailey. So I'm guessing this is commercial break. Fun show so far. That match was way better than I was expecting it to be. Lyra versus Ivy. Who do you think's going to win this? Do you think we get a new champion? Will we get a new IC champion? There we go.
Brett Pritchard, new member. I don't see how Travis Scott can turn heel when he's not within the business to begin with. He's already a heel with his sage. Apparently, that's what he was doing, cleansing himself with sage.
Hey, I don't know what he was doing in the backgrounds. Lisa, shout out to you.
Lisa Brown, new member. Daze, will you do a poll about the Punk Seth segment, please?
A poll for the Punk Seth segments? We can do that. Yeah, if you want to see what people thought of it. We can do that. How many votes have we had? Oh, we've already had 188. That'll do. That's the same as flipping cage match anyway. As soon as that gets to 200, here we go. Oh, you rascals. There we go. I thought you was all just going to stop at 199. What did you think about Seth and Punk segment? Okay, here's Ivy. Now, American Maids are going to go for the titles, the tag titles as well, creeds. So is it going to be a night where they come back with no gold? Or do they come back with all the gold? Or do they get some gold? Or is this going to be a really bad night for American Maids? 71% of you think that Ivy is not going to be winning this. Sign in the crowd said heel Cena equals GOAT status. I mean, Raquel has said that she's keeping an eye on the women's Intercontinental title picture. So that certainly indicates that Raquel's a heel. So it wouldn't make a great deal of sense to put the title onto a heel. So it probably does reinforce the fact that it's going to be Lyra that's going to emerge victorious here. Okay, we just got a WWE shop commercial at the moment. Tyler, hello, my friend. Hope you're doing well. B-Mac. Here you go.
B-Mac. Does the Wyatt Six show up on Raw if when they feud with Liv and Raquel?
Yeah, I mean, they could at some point, but I think we've got quite a bit to go to get to that. I mean, I think it's going to be a case that it's going to be Liv and Alexa. And then, of course, Alexa's going to be outnumbered with Raquel. Then we're going to need Nikki to get involved. Whether it then expands and grows to it being Judgment Day Wyatt 6, I feel like the steps, it feels like it's going to have to grow. At the moment, it's just Liv and Alexa that have got an issue. And I don't even know that Alexa is aligned with the Wyatt 6 at the moment. So I think it's just going to have to keep growing and growing and growing and growing. But eventually, yes, we could see them coming over and going after Judgment Day. Clay
Justin
Guida.
Henson. Never heard of Travis Scott until WWE mentioned him. In reality, he is still a nobody. What is he even famous for?
Who, Travis Scott, is one of them hip-hoppers, isn't he? Is a hippity hopper.
David Gay. I assume now that John Cena t-shirt will now be burnt.
You assume that John Cena's t-shirt will now be burnt. Well, I think we are going to get like some different merch. We're going to get some different outfits.
Christopher Height, Bling Nugget. Daze, my WrestleMania 41 prediction is spoiler.
Michael Cole said, in a bit, we're going to look back at one of the most shocking moments, maybe in WWE history.
That's what she said. That first segment was a classic. It was so good that I nearly jizzed myself.
Thank you. Okay, here's AJ. Oh. Carrion popping up behind AJ. Chris O 33, shout out to you, my friends. I'm going to get to your comment in a sec, buds. I'm not John Cena. No, you're AJ Styles. Maybe the WWE Universe needs a reminder of AJ Styles. He's going to call out Logan Paul. Is it going to be Logan AJ then? Carrion's got lovely hair today, hasn't he? Look at that. Right. Oh, are we going to do AJ Logan? How do we feel? Right, Chris O 33, shout out to you.
Daze. Your reaction from last night was good, and also you are handsome.
Chris O, thank you, my friend. That's very kind. That's very kind. I agree. Niles Graham, shout out to you, buds. Oh, King Yeti, I didn't even see that you'd fired in. I didn't even see that you'd fired in the Wrestling Daze membership. So that's really kind. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friend. Here comes Lyra Valkyria. There we go.
The S. Yutmemi. Member. Daze is more than handsome.
You guys. Hey. Okay, Lyra making her way down to the ring. Are we going to see a new champione?
WW Federace. Ah ha 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 ha.
Thank you. Okay, Lyra's in there. She is pacing around. She really wants to get over to Ivy. Ivy on the outside of the ring. Okay, Bella sounded. Oh, drop kick there by Lyra. Triple H has commented. He said this has been a fire start to Raw. Jumps over the top. Hip toss there by Lyra.
Ella Stola. Member. Pat McAfee never knows when to shut his mouth, bro.
Against the ropes.
During entrances and promos, save it, man.
Ella Sturb, shout out to you, buds.
Hannah WWE Daze, with some backlash around the national anthem in the PLE. Imagine the backlash if Hogan were to sing the USA national anthem in that event. It would have been nuclear war levels of heat for Hulkster.
I think he's getting nuclear war levels of heat, to be honest with you, buds. I think we're seeing those already.
The Mayor Pete. Member. Dreamy Days.
Thank you, my friend. Okay, lovely suplex there by Lyra. Nice little bridge. Ivy goes to the outsides. Lyra on her feet.
Joey Adamo 81183. Daze, would you turn heel on us if Lyra asked you to?
What do you mean turn heel? I'm sorry, what do you mean turn heel? Do you mean would I turn face? Guys, I've been heel since before John Cena made it cool. Dragon screw. Down goes Lyra. Lyra holding onto her knee. Never know why she doesn't wear knee pads. It's her own fault.
James Chadwick. Daze reply 2. Why can't you book SmackDown like this?
That's true. Yeah. He'll probably just turn around and be like, oh, doesn't it feel like we're on the road to WrestleMania now? King Uncle Chop. Happy birthday, buds.
King Uncle Chop, 94. Member. It's my birthday today. Can I get a shout out and a happy birthday from your Wrestling Daze?
Yeah, sure. Happy birthday, buds. King Uncle Chop. 13 today. Happy birthday, my friends. I hope you've had a good one. I hope you had some cake and a clown and jugglers and all the friends came round. Another year older, eh? Have to start dealing with puberty and stuff like that, you know. It's a tricky road, mate, honestly. Stay young. That's my best advice. Stay young.
Hannah WBE. The gimmick is Daze has always been heel, especially when he was timing people who donated.
Yeah, that's true. But I love the fact that some people think I was a face. I was basically doing John Cena before John Cena was doing John Cena.
Nathan Troxel. Raw is better because of the flexibility. Let's be honest here.
Kick out by Lyra. They're just showing... They've still got the old John Cena render. Like that. We do need a new... Look, why is he all smug and smiley? God, he's been heel all along, isn't he? We just never knew. Now I see him smiling and I just see arrogance. Oh my God,
Lord
single
Flacco.
leg. Boston Crab.
Lyra is boring and bad. We need a new champion, Ivy. Nile is perfect for the
Okay,
role.
I need to start pre-reading these comments. I need to start pre-reading these. I will not tolerate Lyra slander. This woman, did you see the Annihilator she had when she took on Nile? She deserves all the success in the world after that. I've never seen a more brutal Annihilator in my life than the one she took at the finale of Queen of the Ring. She deserves all the flipping belts. Okay, we're back from commercial.
Mackenzie Scoose. Member. 2 pounds. I was born on the same day as Braun Breaker.
Mackenzie, shout out to you. Big knee coming in. Is that the exact same day? Are you telling me you're the exact same age, or is it just the same day? Ivy drives
Edward
Lyra
Brown,
back.
LFC 1, the baddest on the planet. Daze, I've sent you something. It's low-key, kind of funny. Also, like, Cena heel turn is the biggest moment of all time. Do you agree?
No.
And I feel it's the biggest heel turn ever. Better than Hogan's NGL. Bye.
No, personally, I don't think it's bigger than the Hogan one. I think the Hogan one, he was still an active superstar. I think with Cena's, it's just come a bit too late to beat the Hogan one, personally. But I think you would find a lot of people that would agree with you that it was bigger than the Hogan one, but that's not my personal feeling. Okay, here's Lyra.
Cena interview talked about turning heel in 12 that never happened, but he bought 7 singlets to wear and boots.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, we did touch on that, yeah. I think you are going to see a new theme and new gear and everything for him. Lovely kick there by Lyra. Ivy goes down. Lyra grabbing Ivy. She's looking to go off the ropes over the other side. She's in the air. She can't get that DDT. Instead, we're seeing the strength of Ivy. Wow! Into a suplex. 1, 2. Kick out there by Lyra. She did really well. Really well.
Zykaimi Porter. Do you think it will be CM Punk versus Cody versus John Cena for the undisputed WWE Championship at WrestleMania?
I don't mind Punk getting involved into that. Rumor mill was that it was Cody Cena, and this was ages ago. This was after it looked like The Rock was not going to be at wrestling at WrestleMania. And the rumor was it's Seth, Roman, Punk. I don't really have a reason to disbelieve that. I don't really have a reason. Lovely, look at that. I don't really have a reason to think that's not the direction that it goes. Here we go, look, up on the shoulder. And, did her knee give out? She's gone down to one knee. Lyra just went down to one knee. Shot to the back of the head there by Ivy. Ivy's going to look to capitalize. She's working on that knee. Lyra grabs it. Ivy looking for a power bomb. Oh my God, she kind of went backwards. That looked like that move was going to go wrong. Now we've got ankle lock applied by Ivy Nile. Lyra in a bit of trouble here. Did you see how she went for that power bomb? She started falling backwards and saved it. That was a great save by Ivy Nile. Jesus, look at that. Look how twisted her foot is there. Not only is it over, but the foot is being rotated. Look at that. Look at that. Dude, she is legit breaking that leg. I don't even know if we're doing professional wrestling here or if this is not just straight up assault. She drags Lyra into the middle of the ring. Gets her up over the top, looking to roll her at 1, 2. Oof. Crazy. Look, she really is struggling here on one leg at the moment, Lyra. Lovely suplex, goes over to the corner. I don't think there's much selling going on here. Ivy charging over. Big boot. Lyra moves out the way. She's trying to grab a hold of Ivy. Ah, mate! If you told me that was a receipt, I wouldn't be shocked. She's going to look to put her away, and she does. 1, 2, 3, and she gets it. Lyra Valkyria picks up the win. After some moments in that match that looked pretty brutal, to be honest with you. She's grabbing a hold of her leg here. Ivy Nile really targeting that leg. She was trying to take it home. WWE Edge and Roman said that was a good match. Ellis Stubbs said that was solid. Dr. Lucha Lala said that Lyra's been doing well defending her title. Matty I said Ivy needs to keep that hair down. Wow, I mean, that was pretty impressive. Cena sold his soul and still women's Intercontinental Champion graphics. So Raquel has shown that she is interested. Dun 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 dun. I wouldn't mind that. I know how else to give all of them high-profile matches. Oh, here we go. Advert for Evolve. Yeah, I'm here for this. Yeah, that I mean. Let's get the voice to read that. I want to hear it. I want to hear him say it. John, shout out to you, buds.
John Gagnon, member, $5. Daze has been so over as a heel, we need to just start calling him Daze Fatu. Yada Dameen.
Yes. Becky Lynch, you better come get your man.
John Gagnon. Yada Daman.
Aww. I want him to go, yada da mean. So I put loads of extra letters in.
Yada me, A-N.
No, he won't do it. Boomer. I want him to go, yada da mean. Okay, I'll try that, Dane. I'll see if that'll do it.
Dane Gleesack, new member. Yada da 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 me.
Yada da 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 da. Yada da 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 da. Right, they're just showing a replay of CM-Punk and Seth brawling from earlier in the show.
Icevamp 21. I would love some Wyatt 6 stuff.
Here's Seth backstage. Oh, and he sees Punk. We're going again. We're going again. Come on. He just spotted him and he ran over. Guys, these two don't like each other. These two don't like each other. Let him go, says CM Punk.
Mackenzie Scoose, member. Yad Dada Mean.
That wasn't too bad. Oh, here's Kathy with her glasses.
Ellis Baya, member. I said this a few days ago.
Okay.
Evolve should be good. But for me, I want to remember that WWE sticking their noses into these independent promotions is not okay and should not be met with a blind eye.
Why is it not okay? Why is it not okay? Showing support to the independents? Huh? What's your problem? Huh? You WWE hater? Huh? Nah, Ellis Stubbs probably right, actually. He normally is. Love that guy. Hope you're doing well.
Brett Pritchard, new member. At the end of the year, I look for Cena to say to The Rock something like, I gave you my soul. Now I want it back.
Okay, so Dakota's just talking about Iyo. Okay, and we're just going back.
James Chadwick.
It's a bit nothing.
Hate each other, but are professional enough to work together.
Is this Ludwig?
Lyra is a boringly amazing wrestler. She is the greatest woman in the world, and I agree with Daze. She's basically perfect.
Who was that from?
Lord Flacco.
Oh, Lord Flacco, shout out to you, buds. Right, here's Ludwig making his way down to the ring. Here he is. Look, here he is with his words. Here he is with his words. Let's see what words he's chosen.
Ellis Baya, member. Because it waters down the path to WWE and makes it so that traveling, honing your craft, and learning different styles isn't necessary. Now, you can wrestle with the sole goal of being noticed by ID.
I don't know what you mean. I mean, if you're on the indies, you want to be noticed by WWE and you want to try and get to NXT, you want to, but okay, maybe you would have gone to a tryout. Whereas now WWE are going to the wrestlers rather than the wrestlers coming to WWE. They're going to the wrestlers, the independents. They're like, we like you. So now, like, but we're not taking them straight away. We're still keeping them on the indies. So that means that, like, for example, I could go to Bridge Pro Wrestling in Stourbridge and I could see a WWE ID talent. And that's great for Bridge Pro Wrestling because that's basically someone that might find their way to WWE. They've been identified as someone of interest. And it doesn't mean the door is closed for others. You know, it just means that, okay, maybe you need to give me a bit more, right? So surely the indies, knowing that they're important, they're valued, they're being looked at, and they're not just being ignored, they're not just a world unto themselves, that's got to be a good thing. Plus also, with WWE ID talent featuring still on those shows, that sends a message of, come and watch these people, these are the next, potentially the next recruits. It might not work out, they might not make it, but these are people that we do like the look of. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I like it. I'm struggling to see the down. But it has come from LS Dub, so he, as I said, he is probably right. He normally is.
Joey Damo 81183. Daze your outer favorite tat heel boomer. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. So now we're seeing a replay of them fighting backstage. There's a lot of flipping replays going on tonight. Matta, shout out to you, my friends.
Mata, supporter. Yabba dabba mean.
Okay, we've got Seth and we got Adam Pearce arguing backstage out in the car park. He screwed himself. I made sure he didn't make it to WrestleMania. I'm going to make sure he doesn't make it to WrestleMania. This is the hill I will die on. Oh, the crowd are booing. The crowd are booing because they wanted it tonight. But next week, Seth against CM Punk. Next week, we're at Madison Square Garden. Okay, something's going to go down here. Is Punk maybe in the bus? I will not be shocked if Punk turns out to already be in that bus. Because having the security outside the bus is a bit of a giveaway. But, yeah, I mean, Madison Square Garden next week, that's going to be a massive show. That's going to be a massive show. That's a big announcement. It's Madison Square Garden. So that show will be stacked. Here we go. Look, here's Alistair. I'm going to let Alistair have the final words on this.
LSW member. I just feel like the path used to be more involved and better for development because of what they experienced en route to WWE. The indies just aren't as organic with all the corporate involvement.
Okay, Alistair. Here's Ludwig. I took back the attention last week. Oh, yeah, I forgot he won that triple threat, you know. So he says he's took back the attention. Go ahead and boo. Ludwig Kaiser is a future world champion if you're honest with yourself. I don't think these fans feel that way. What John Cena did is nothing compared to what I'm prepared to do to you. People are on their feet and they're applauding. Are they going to bring out Penta? Yeah, I think we are. Look. So we got Ludwig in the ring and here is Penta. Now, obviously, the news has come out about Phoenix, so this could be quite an interesting moment. I don't expect to see him here.
Lisa Brown. I worked the Tennessee indie scene for 8 years. I have mad respect for the indie wrestlers. All they need is some doors open for them so they can show their worth and talent.
Yeah, man, I'm here for the indie wrestlers putting in that work. I mean, I think we all love it when talent comes to NXT from the indie scene. A lot of people fall in love with wrestlers at that level and then, you know, get excited when they come in. I personally don't get a chance to go down to the indie level very often. There's the odd thing that I'm aware of, the odd thing that I see, but yeah, I can't sit here and say I support local indie talent when I'm here all the time, right? I mean, I've still not been to Bridge Pro Wrestling, but I wish them all the best. And I think we all want to see a healthy, thriving indie scene. Clothesline, down goes Ludwig. So Penta has basically cleaned house here. He's looking to go against the ropes.
Hannah WWE.
Here he goes.
Daze, with next Monday being an MSG, and before all the European shows. Would you think the MSG show will be better, as the Europeans like Spanish and Dutch? Will already make it good with the loud noise.
I think whenever you go to Madison Square Garden, it's special. I don't know about in regards to like if they're going to be louder and all that kind of stuff. I don't really worry too much about stuff like that. I mean, Madison Square Garden is home. That is just home. That is home. So WWE going back home is great. I don't think they go there enough, to be honest. I think we should go to Madison Square Garden more. But not loads, but just a bit more. Okay, here's Bianca. We're backstage with Bianca. Yeah, okay, so what's she going to say here? Talking about Jade's. I mean, she wants answers. I wonder if she's managed to get any. Has she heard from Naomi? Yeah. She's confused. So she wants to focus on what's next for her and WrestleMania rather than focus on, you know, what else went down. Is that a bit heelish to focus on yourself rather than your friends and the issue that's very clearly happening there, you know? I'd rather not focus on that. She knows, said Porky Pig. She knows. Bianca's hands aren't clean. No, she didn't. I thought that was going to be interesting, but she basically said, I've not spoken to them. I don't want to say anything until I do. And I don't know, man. It ain't that hard to reach out, is it? Come on. Come on.
Pedivi. She's not spoken to both of them yet. Is her phone broken? So she's spoken to Naomi and steered clear of Jade.
I don't think we got the truth there. I don't think we've just been told the truth. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, coming up next is going to be the World Tag Team Championship match. So, good show tonight. I think there's been some really good stuff that we've had. I think we are eating a lot better. Okay, we've got A-Town Down Under as we go to commercial break again. I've got a message from Dwayne. Okay, Grayson's like, if you're looking for another soul, I am A-Town Down. Grayson's like, listen, I'll happily sell my soul. I'm not sure he's got one to sell, to be honest with you. I'm not sure he's got one to sell, but I do like that. Here's a message for you, Jay. Okay, he talks about Josh Allen. That must be some local person. Crowd are booing. Way to choke in championship games.
William Hensey, member. Christopher Height.
William, shout out to you, buds. Hello. There, once again, he goes to Yeats.
Wrestle with Andy, member. Daze, my controversial opinion is that Ludwig would make a better world champ.
Ooh. Hey, someone's had a drink. Someone's had a flipping drink.
Final boomer. My law and order spider senses are tingling. Bianca is avoiding questions, making it about her. She's the plan master. She's guilty and Jade knows it.
Okay, here we go then. We've got American Maids versus War Raiders. Boom. It's been a good night tonight, said John. Does it feel like the road to WrestleMania now? Thank you, Triple H, for giving us the shows we should have had a month ago. Thank you. Thank you, Triple H. Thank you, Triple H, for doing your job correctly, finally. Thank you. Daze, I am on my third vodka drink. It was $30. You're on your third vodka drink. Are you sure it's not a whiskey drink or a lager drink? Cider drink? Hey, Jobson, shout out to you.
John Gagnon. Member, it's been so good tonight, Daze. Does it feel like road to WrestleMania now?
We are on the road.
Phoenix. 3 title matches tonight. Our Raw has had a lot of title matches lately.
Yeah, 3 title matches tonight. Okay, they're just showing the John Cena moment again. We've gone back to this several times tonight. They're going through the different commentary teams. Mandarin, German, Spanish. The French team. Oh, he's good, isn't he? He's good. Cena! Mitchell, shout out to you. Let's do it. We can do that.
Mitchell Gillum. Member. Daze, can you do me a favor and have your voice read this pneumonultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis? Mitchell Gillum. Pneumonultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis.
Mate, that did so well. That was amazing.
James Chadwick. Daze breaking news. Natalya will be making her GW Bloodsport debut on Mania weekend.
Okay, here's Chad's. Where is he? It does look like he's in Mexico. Do you know this guy? Yeah. I think he might be, you know. Where is he? Dude, who's he going to bump into? Who's this going to be? Who is this guy? You can't fight. Is this like Mr. Miyagi? A box. What's in the box? Come here. Oh, money. It always comes down to money, doesn't it? More money, more money. This is like that Vince puppet brought to life. Now you've got power. Is it a mask? Has he given him a mask? I bet it's a mask. I bet he's just got a lucha mask, you know. Now you've got power beyond your understanding. Oh my God. Chad Gable's going to have lucha powers. He's going to have a lucha mask. And it cost him loads of money. But he looked thrilled. Well, I'm definitely here for this story. I'm definitely here for this story. It's got to be a mask, hasn't it? It's got to be a mask. That was pretty crazy. Daze, baby. Okay, let's get the voice reading that. Any comment that's going to start Daze, baby is getting my attention. Here's the War Raiders.
Derek Money. Daze baby thith ith dusty. Cody will beat John Cena in a strap match, Jack. Sweet, sweet Starfire will be watching from heaven as Cody rides the lightning bolt to a WrestleMania win.
Derek, shout out to you, my friends. It's Ivar's birthday today, apparently. Where was that William one? William just... Here we go. This is what William thinks it is. Can't rule it out.
William Hensey. Member. Chad Gable gets a mask with a huge penis on it.
Can't rule it out, can you? I can't sit here and say it's not that. J14, shout out to you, my friends. See what Jay thinks.
J14. Member. Well, that's interesting. Wasn't sure if this is how Rey Fenix would be brought in. Also, that guy looked like a Spanish Uncle Howdy.
He did look like a Spanish Uncle Howdy. Do you think that Rey Fenix was in the box? I did not consider that, but what if he was in the box? What if it turns out Rey Fenix is actually really small and we just didn't realize? Okay, we are underway then with this tag team championship match. Daze, did Chad Gable just become Mexican mates? Yes, Mexican mates. Oh my God. Let's go. Let's go. And do you know what? He had to buy that item, and because of Americans' current policy, he will have had to have paid tariffs.
Phoenix. With Bianca here tonight, I am sure she will be ringside for Rhea versus Iyo. Do we get Jade as well? That could lead to fallout in the ring between the two affecting the match.
With Bianca here, I'm sure she'll be ringside. Will we get Jade as well? Can't rule it out, but Jade didn't return to go after Bianca. So I don't know that Jade has got an issue with Bianca. She's probably not keen on the fact that she went and got Naomi if Naomi did attack her. But I don't know that she's set her sights on Bianca. Be interesting.
Brawny FN. Days that make a wish line by Punk to Cena was absolute gold.
Oh, yeah, amazing. Brilliant. Brilliant line. Ivar going against the ropes, comes off, back elbow down, goes American Maids. So oh my God, we've done an hour and a half. I had no idea. No idea.
Hannah WWE. Days, with an abundance of celebrities training to wrestle in WWE. It wouldn't be surprising if two celebs like Speed and Scott main event a future WM for Paul's WWE title, and Days will probably be livid.
Speed and Scott main event? I think it'd be a real shame if Speed undid the good work that he did at the Rumble. Travis just strikes me as someone that does not get this. I think he wants to be cool. I think he wants to be the man. And being a singer, being someone that releases songs does not get you to that level in my mind. So, I don't know. You know my feelings on it. I love what Speed did. I've got all the time in the world for that. But I think Travis is probably going to be another Bad Bunny.
Kaisi Viveros. In the box, do you think it is the embarrassing picture of SpongeBob at the Christmas party?
Okay, we are At commercial break, I believe, at the moment.
Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. What are your halftime scores? I really want to know. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. What are your halftime scores? I really want to know.
Halftime scores. I think we're at commercial break, so we can do them. Metal Mama with a 7. Woman Waynes with a 7.5. La Barry with an 8. Mackenzie said 7. Dr. Luchalala said we need Trucker Ted for this. Adam said 775. Betty with a 7. Giza HD with a 6. Frat House with a 6. Nile with a 7. Stephen M with a 775. Zoom Station said an ancient Mexican secret. RTC Ivory with an 8. JC Dub with a 7.5. Jeremy with an 8. Anastasia with an 8.5. Mayor Pete said 6.9. Draco Arsehole with a 7. Chappie 7.5. Final Boomer with an 8. Billy with a 7.8. Dre said a very strong 7 for sure. Leaping Lucha Larry with a 7. Dr. Lucha Lala with a 7. Blue Shirt 819 7.5. Laszlo with an 8. Keaton with a 7. Penny for your thoughts said solid 8. Ultimate Activities Dudes with a 7. Mr. Unfamiliar with a 9. Denis with an 8. Chet with a 6. Jay with a 7. LS Dub said 725. Very strong show this evening. Finisher 010 said 8 for the show. 10 for the Rage Baits. Oh, is that a new wrestler? Is that a new tag team? Have we got a new team called Rage Bait that are coming in? Liam said 725. Thomas says 8. Shack City with a 7. Harry with a 795. Alex Bliss Gamer with a 7. Mr. B with a 7.3. Stuart with an 8. Sweet Chin Wrestling said I'm not at commercial and I'm in the UK. Oh. Well, it doesn't go to commercial all the time. It sometimes stays with the action. But, yeah, we did just go to Commercione for a moment there. So there we go. Those were halftime scores. I think I will do halftime scores tomorrow, and I will try Trucker Ted to read it out and see if we can get Trucker Ted to do it tomorrow. Yeah, give the people what they want. Give the people what they want. Okay, we are back to the action. We've got Ivar in there trying to get over. Pitivy said my rating is oh my gods. Mayor Pete said Rage Bait is Daze Boomer's finishing move. Here we go. Lovely throw there by Eric. Lovely throw by Eric. Nice Uranagi. Over in the corner. Julius goes up over the top. Rolls back through. Double knees there by Eric. Whoa. Oh, they're trying to get this over again. Whoa. They tried to do that before. Wasn't it that before? War. Was it that? Now we're trying to do that. War. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Julius. I wonder if that will work.
War. 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 War.
Thank you. I did actually write it more times than that, but he refused to read half of them. Right, here we've got Brutus going up. Oh, he didn't get it. Yeah, that looked a little bit sloppy there by Brutus, by Brutai. Brutus looking a little bit slops. Big shots raining down by Brutus. Well, it certainly was incredible, yes. It certainly was incredible. Back down, goes over. Crowd a little bit quiet for this. Trying to charge over. Goes up, forearm shot coming in. Big slap coming in. Trying to climb up. Shot coming in there by Eric. Julius goes down. That might have been the worst 450 ever, said Zoom Station. Leaps up. Nice superplex. Oh! I don't feel like this match is kind of cooking the way that they were hoping or the way that Triple H was hoping.
Nia. Type 1 in the chat if you think Daze is a boomer.
Okay, there's Ivar with a moonsault. And out the way goes Brutus. Julius is up. Little bit wobbly. We got a problem with that top rope or something. Oh, shooting star. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Look at that. Prime Brock Lesnar. This is awesome is the chance. This is awesome. It's been pretty average. Clothesline misses there by Eric. Planted. Julius flips over. Brutus is going up. He's going to go for the Brutus ball. Is he going for the Brutus ball? Here we go. He's on the shoulders. Brutus ball doesn't connect. Eric throws Julius to the outside. Oh! Ivar with a crossbody on the outside. This could be the beginning of the end. The Creeds are in trouble. Boom, boom, boom. Deaded. Deaded. 2, 3. Dead. Everyone died. Woo.
Hannah W. Goey.
Let's get the poll.
Daze. Nothing beats the original halftime song, and the people would want your version where you sang your heart out for the page.
Well, we can't say that until we see Trucker Ted, can we? He might beat it. Get your scores in for that. What did you think about that match?
Oyadamo 81183. $4 War Raiders look like they let loose wet farts in the ring.
War Raiders getting the job done. Joe, shout out to you. Perhaps they did. Certainly cannot rule anything out. Joe, shout out to you, my friend.
Oyadamo 81183. $4.99. I'll be at MSG for Raw. Might be a boomer and make a Wrestling Daze sign.
So what, you're going to actually be at Madison Square Garden? Dude, have a great time. Have a great time. I mean, you're going to be seeing a steel cage match, CM Punk against Seth. And you know they're going to stack that card. Next week's show is going to be really good. Really good. They're just looking back at Sammy and Kevin right now. So quite a lot of promo packages, quite a lot of lookbacks.
Mexican Uncle Howdy.
Yeah, that did look like what... it was a weird person that... It did... It was no one that we were meant to recognize. I think it was just meant to be like some old lucha master, you know?
Frat House jersey. Member. It's Hogan and Kurt Angle Patriot mask.
Do you think that's what it is? That's what it's going to turn out to be? Raven, shout out to you.
Roven.
Oh, Roven? Oh, Roven. Shout out to you, my friends. Should have put a message. I would have had the voice read it out. The voice. The voice. AKF. See what AKF's saying?
AKF. Daze, what if that box has absolutely nothing in it, and that dude just scammed and gives Dirty Dom a kickback if he sends people to him to scam?
Well, I don't know, because he opened it and he looked really pleased with what was inside. So I feel like he did see something. Now, whether that thing is going to actually work, I don't know. Could you imagine if he puts that, and it is a mask, and he wears it, and then all of a sudden he gets good at lucha? I don't know how I'm going to feel about that. I'm here for it. I'm here to see how it plays out.
William Hensey. Elmo Wet Farts sounds hilarious.
Wet farts sound hilarious.
LSW. Member. Creeds continue to look like losers. Don't know what they do from here. Probably not much. Hopefully Gable does something meaningful that puts himself when he returns to TV. I'm over him eating pins.
Yeah, I don't know. Perhaps this thing that he's just been given is going to change everything for them. Perhaps that's what they're thinking. Perhaps it's just going to be a case of, like, he's going to come back with this mask and it's going to change the fortunes of that whole group. Sammy is out indefinitely. That's what they've just announced. Due to the damage. And now we got a promo from the LWO. Well done, New Day. We're actually giving them some promo time. This is amazing. There's Dragon Lee. You won't take our spirit. You won't take our fire. New Day couldn't get the job done. Ray. Here's Ray. Next week. So Ray and Dragon Lee taking on New Day next week. Tornado tag match. No tags. No disqualification. He's proud of his group, Ray. He's proud of his Latinos. Oh my God, I so hope it's this, King Yeti. I so hope that's what's in the box.
King Yeti, 1NM0. It's a Lucha for Dummies book.
Lucha for Dummies? Oh my God, that's exactly what it needs to be. That's exactly what it needs to be. It's Lucha 101. Lucha for beginners. My first Lucha. Love it. Love it. Right, we are just seeing Rhea and Iyo. They're backstage getting ready. We're in Buffalo. And we have got probably about 45 minutes left, haven't we, really? Joe, shout out to you. I think we've just gone to commercial breaks. We've got Jackie again.
Joey Adamo,
she's with Braun Breaker.
$4.99. Daze, what will be the best way to get you the pictures I take? From MSG. I have Facebook.
Probably email them over. That'd probably be the best way. Wrestling Daze at gmail.com. I'm not brilliant at keeping on top of that, to be honest, but that's probably the best way. Hope you have a great time. Braun Breaker said, it takes courage to do what New Day do. It takes courage to do what Dominic Mysterio does. How about them apples? So Braun Breaker a little bit fired up. It was a minor. Helicards. Helicard thinks it was a mirror. Okay, Braun Breaker has been interrupted. Finn Balor's coming down. I think we're going to get this match, aren't we? Aren't these two facing? Finn Balor's making his way down. Braun is watching. Okay. Braun is still in the crowd with Jackie. So what, is Finn going to cut a promo? Could we set this match for next week, do we think? Okay, are we coming back for commercial breaks? We'll be coming back with Braun in the crowds. Finn in the ring. The only reason you're still Intercontinental Champion is because the Judgment Day have allowed you to be. Finn has weird graphics. We've gone from FXXX to FNBLR. Just put Finn, said K-Dub. That's true. Last time I checked. I embarrassed all of Judgment Day. In fairness, they do pretty good job of doing that themselves. Finn Balor said he is untouchable. You're clearly just a bit smarter than you look. That's why you're hiding behind Jackie. Okay, so Balor's cutting a promo on Braun Breaker here, and it's not bad, honestly. Braun Breaker making his way down to the ring.
J14. Member. This Queen of the Ring movie looks interesting.
I agree, yeah. I don't know that it's in the cinemas in the UK. Braun Breaker is making his way to the ring. Is that what FDM stands for? Someone here is saying that, because I saw that and I was like, I don't know what it means. But could it be F Dave Meltzer? Is that what FDM stands for? Here's Dominic. Throw there by Bron Breakker. And this is interesting. So apparently we had... I mean, I don't know who he's talking to, but we had Dirty Dom talking to someone in the background. Again, I'm not sure when this was. I didn't see Dom in the background, but we have seen him talking, like, in the background of things to different people. So that's interesting, and that might be F. Dave Meltzer. So both of those things are interesting. Bron Breakker grabs Finn Balor, looks to pick him up. He's got him in a military press. Boom! Drives him down. So, Bron looking really good. Going against the ropes, and Dominic makes the save. Dominic saves Finn.
Crash dummy. TBH Braun didn't need to embarrass Judgment Day. They've been doing that all by themselves for months.
That's true. LS Dub, shout out to you, buds.
LS Buddy, member. Finn is a very simple promo. He doesn't stray too far from traditional pro wrestling promo principles, but it works for him.
Mm-hmm. Boom! Carlito speared! Crowd were chanting, Dom, you suck. And there we go. So, I don't know if that's setting up something for tonight. I wouldn't think so, considering we've only got about half an hour left. Michael Cole was just a little bit distracted there momentarily. I'm here for Braun, Berry, and Judgment Day, said Ellis Dub. That's the best spear in the business, said Brony. Yeah. Michael Cole said he's still at a loss for words as to what went down at the end of Elimination Chamber. So, Cena winning. Look at that. That's when the world made sense. The whole world made sense in that moment, didn't it? Poor Carlito. His apples are definitely not fine anymore, said Crash Dummy. Jade is going to get Bianca while Rhea and Iyo fight, said Joe. J14 said Judgment Day has already been buried for a while now. It sucks Finn has to be a part of it. Blake said cinema. A. Jobson said the matches have delivered. We don't need to end this poll. There's been a lot of looking back at Elimination Chamber on this show. 7, 4. Every match so far tonight, according to you guys, has just been a good rating. Good 97, good 96, good 96. So matches have been okay, but I think they could have... There was levels they could have gone to. A bit above where we've been, you know. Go F yourself was an amazing moment. That was amazing. It does show, doesn't it, about the whole swearing thing. The whole swearing thing, like, if you don't swear very much and then just do it once in a while, when you do it, it really works. And there's that from The Rock. He does that. He even did that at the end. When you dream a dream. He's just blowing wishes out to everyone. Oh, yeah, it's a good video package, actually, of, like, signs saying, John, you're my hero over the years. Oh, I bet they've had fun putting that together today. Jay Uso fan, hello. How many more times they're going to replay this Cena segment, said Kelly's. They're getting their money's worth, aren't they, out of it? You can understand. It's a big moment. Everyone's talking about it. And there is the closing image. Travis Scott in the background. Probably not sure what's going on. Ah, look at that. There's the graphic. There's a Moody Cena graphic. We've got a Moody Cena graphic. It's his face from Elimination Chamber. I love these cards. I love these graphics. But we haven't seen any renders of, like, Moody Cena. So they're having to use the face from Elimination Chamber. Cena's mugshot, said Zoom Station. This is so crazy that even non-wrestling fans are talking about it, said Wrestling Fam. They're just talking about NXT tomorrow, Evolve on Wednesday, SmackDown on Friday, and then next Monday, Raw, Madison Square Garden. Have you heard any rumors about Sammy needing time off? No, nothing. Nothing. I mean, I think they can book time off. And so maybe he's just booked a little bit of time off. It could be that they're just doing it for storyline reasons as well. Okay, they're just talking about Grayson Waller and Jey Uso. That's going to be next Monday. Look at the moving graphics again. And also, we've got New Day against LWO. The pace of this seems really slow. Like, the way they're kind of going through these video packages, going through these graphics, it's not like, you know, in AEW, it's like, blah, blah, blah. Right, we're doing this, we're doing that, blah, 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 blah. AJ Styles is going to call out Logan Paul next week. Don't bother. You don't need to do that, AJ. Don't bother, mate. Steel cage match, that'll be good. That'll be good. But it's really slow, isn't it? Like, okay, come on. Days, it's the American Nightmare versus the final American Nightmare at WrestleMania. Hannah, shout out to you. Corey said, I love watching kids cry. I worked at a haunted house years ago and made kids cry. It is literally the best. You are right. Okay, there's Jey Uso. Jey Uso backstage. Bumps into Otis. The Alpha Babes always have your back. Okay, so here's Jey. You can see that Kathy's just in her socks. She can't wear shoes because she's too tall. So she's having to walk around in her socks. And we saw. Is Jey all right? All I hear all week is he can't do it. Ain't no one gonna pick me up but me. It's good. At WrestleMania, I'm crashing out. You just woke up a damn Beast. Ugh. That was good. That was really good by Jay. Bit of a fiery promo. Jay is all yeeting and memeing and all that kind of stuff, but this was fiery. Good promo. Good promo. William, shout out to you, my friend. That was good by Jay. More of that.
William Patterson. Who are these people that he keeps referring to that say he can't do it?
Oh, I'm sure you could find people online. I think he does it. I think the bookies probably think he does it as well. He should just look at the odds, because I'm pretty sure the odds would have him as favourite.
Jamal Caron. The Rock needs to commit to the character and not play both the character and Dwayne Johnson. His press conference almost ruined the moment.
It's an interesting one, because I've heard that since John turned heel, he's lost followers. So there is a brand that has to be protected. There is a lot of people that rely on John and The Rock, in the sense of, could you imagine if you was Disney, you'd put hundreds of millions into Moana 2 or, whatever film, and then it comes out and people don't want to see it because, we hate John Cena now, or we hate The Rock now. And all of a sudden, that money that you've invested, the writers, the actors, all of that sort of stuff, like, it can have a very real world impact. So I can sort of understand The Rock trying to distance himself from, it's a character and all of that, because I think we do live in a very different world now. I said before, back in the day, we used to have wrestlers that used to go in films, but they weren't in films often. They'd do films once in a while, and they were still primarily wrestlers. They were wrestlers that did films. Now, we have people that do lots of different things that also happen to do wrestling. Like The Rock's got a tequila company, he's got Papa Tui, he's got movies, he's got $7, which is making films, investing in TV shows. He's got people that work with him. I can sort of understand there being a bit nervousness of, I don't want people to think like I'm actually like this. I don't want people to watch the show, enjoy the character, but I can't live that, because it's going to affect my brand. And it's going to affect not just my life, but everyone connected. Like, if Papa Tui sales drop, people could get laid off. If the tequila brand drops up, people could get laid. Like, people's livelihoods are connected to The Rock. It's not just about The Rock. There's a whole, do you know what I mean? Whole industry built around his brand. I mean, there's probably quite a few jobs that rely on it. So I'm really torn on it. I don't like seeing kayfabe get broke, but that's why I say, for me, don't do it on the show. If I'm watching the show, I don't want any nonsense on the show. I want you to be in character. Just like if I watch a movie, I want to see the characters stay in character. If I watch a TV show, I want to see it stay in character. If I go to the live event, I'd like for it to all be in character, right? But a press conference after, I suppose you just don't know where the line's going to be, do you? Because sometimes you see John Cena at the press conference just dropping the microphone, walking out. He didn't care about his brand. But maybe he'll regret that. Certainly if he's lost a load of followers. Someone told me earlier he had 15 million Twitter followers the other day. He's down to 14.4. Suggesting that a load of people unfollowed. I don't know if that's true or not. I know it is 14.4 now because I looked earlier. But I do sort of understand the quandary. I do sort of understand the dilemma. And again, it's not just about them. There's a lot of people that rely on, them being popular. How will the beaten champion respond? What's this? SmackDown. How will the beaten champion respond?
Sean Rouse. Jay had a few good promos when he first came to Raw as a single star.
Jay had a few good promos when he first came as a single star.
The Scottish Nightmare. Why would people start hating The Rock from this?
Why would people start hating The Rock from this? Because there's people that don't quite understand wrestling. We do, because we watch it all the time. But if they see The Rock whipping Cody, beating Cody down, they might think that that's what The Rock's like as a person. And certainly if he was going to reinforce that notion through his social media channels or through the line between kayfabe, like the line between reality and what you see on TV, like scripted reality, kayfabe, and protecting that, it's always been very blurred. And I think there are people out there that do really still struggle with that. There's people out there that really struggle with, is this the real person? Is this the cat? There's a lot of people that think that these superstars are exactly the same in their personal lives, for example, as they are on TV, you know? When it's like they could be completely different. You know, someone that's absolutely lovely could be an absolute monster in real life. Someone that's a monster in real life might be absolutely lovely. Like, there are people that really struggle with that. So if people, like, you know, my mom or something like this was to see a clip of The Rock beating down on Cody Rhodes or Cena beating down on Cody Rhodes, they might not realize it was done as part of like a TV angle. They might not quite fully be able to grasp the concept. So I think this is where you've got to tread a little bit carefully. Like, it's easy for us to know because we watch it all the time. But there's a lot of people that don't really ever engage in the wrestling world and don't really understand that line. You know? That's why The Rock has to come out and go, I love playing the role of the final boss. I love this character that we've created to try and reinforce that what you've just seen or any clips you've seen of me doing. That's just me in a movie, guys. Come on. I'm not really like that.
Adam KDZ. Days if I was booking it, I would have some Punk get rode off of TV next week. Then Seth and Roman begin their feud with Punk returning and using the favor to get inserted into the match.
Adam, shout out to you, buds. That's what Adam would do. I mean, I feel like this is a bit of a redundant question, but I'm going to ask it all the same. New champion? Here we go. What do you think? I think we're all pretty much on board with Rhea getting the win. Steph, shout out to you. See what Steph's saying. As Alicia Taylor's just doing the intros.
Steph Delts. When you're a public figure, the scrutiny is higher and certain prefer that you have actions and beliefs that mirror theirs. The line of your own individuality gets very blurred.
That's very true. We also live in a very reactionary world in the sense of you can see a clip of something out of context and you can immediately share your thoughts on that online. So it's not like, you know, in the past where you might have seen something on TV that could be better explained. You can now see things that are purposefully taken out of context. You can see video clips that are purposefully used to throw shade at people, you know? So I do sort of understand in this day and age why you have to protect yourself a little bit. And I do wonder if John might live to regret not doing that if he continues to really stay in character, you know? I mean, look, if someone comes up to John or a load of people come up to John whilst he's filming, is he going to tell them to do one? Is he going to be like, no? Is he going to reinforce the character away from the show, which is something we have seen other people doing? Or will he still be the lovely John Cena? Yeah, no problem. And if he is, would people have an issue with that? Because I wouldn't have an issue if he did that. But I think there would be a lot of people that would have an issue if he did that. You would never have done that back in the day. Never. When the business was being protected, you would never, ever act like a heel to a fan if you was a babyface, right? And if it got out, like, you'd be in big trouble. But we all know what's going on now. The cat came out the bag a long time ago. Right, we are underway then with Rhea and Iyo. This should be a fun match. Maggie, shout out to you.
Maggie Lusk. Wrong days. I've never been a huge Croc fan. I understand they're different in real life. But when they're working, no breaking kayfabe. Watch what Corny says about it, and he's right.
Well, I disagree. I think Corny is a bit out of touch in regards to what he says is a very old viewpoint. I think that he is looking at it from when he was working, and I don't think he quite understands where we are now, right? Because for him, like, the old days were the good days, and you can't beat the past. And it's he wasn't really competing or around when we had social media. Some of the stuff that Corny has said about women's wrestling as well, like, I find myself disagreeing with Cornette on a few things. And I love where we've been. I mean, I love wrestling and kayfabe and being able to get lost in the shows. But I think there's a lot of stuff which we've moved on from because it's out of date now. I mean, you can't show behind-the-scenes documentaries and show people being trained like LFG and the secrets of how we do the business. You can't, you'd have to move away from all of that. Like, none of that was happening when Cornette was around. None of that was happening when Cornette was around. You know, now we're getting shoot interviews. We're getting Chris Van Vliet interviews revealing secrets from behind the scenes. Like, the cat is so out of the bag now. It is so out of the bag. Like, Cornette still talks at times as if this is the 1980s or the 1990s or even the early 2000s. And there's a reason why he does, because that's his point of reference. You know, he's one of the great minds in wrestling. Amazing. I recommend people listen to his podcast. I enjoy a lot of his content, but I do not agree with everything that he says. And I think that where we are now is so different to where we were that it doesn't really make a great deal of sense anymore, you know? It doesn't add up anymore because there's so many different places where we're exposing the truth. Flipping Undertaker has got a podcast. You know, you remember that guy that, like, massively protected his gimmick, never revealed anything behind the scenes, like, always kept, like, kayfabe on sides. He's quite happy now to tell you all the secrets of his past on his own podcast because everyone else is doing it. And Jim Cornette does it as well. Jim Cornette talks about stuff that happened back in the day and reveals the cat being out the bag. So, flipping, talk about being a hypocrite. He's going to sit there and reveal all this stuff from the past, but now what, people in modern day have got to live the gimmicks, even though he's no longer living the gimmick or keeping up kayfabe himself. Come on. He wants to have his cake and eat it. I like him. I just don't think that he is correct all of the time. I think that he's a great historian, but I got to disagree with him on that one.
Stuart Clark. I think we get a title change. No title changed hands yet. Why have a championship night where no titles change hands? It kind of makes no sense. I believe we get a new champ here.
You think we get a new champ here? Well, at the moment, 81% think it's not going to go that way. Big blow coming in by Rhea. I reckon we got about 15 minutes. They're going to give this match some time. Nightbird Beastman, let's see what you're saying.
Nightbird Beastman. Member. I don't care, talk about the match and stay with the show. Stop ranting about other topics until commercial or after the show.
Well, we just go where the conversation goes. I'm never going to apologize for that.
This match is botchy. The first botch in the ring could have turned out really bad for Iyo.
Iyo coming over, headbutt. Down goes Iyo.
Maggie Lusk. Daze respect your opinions, but he's forgot more about wrestling than we'll ever know.
I agree with you on that. I do agree with you on that. He'll know more about wrestling than I ever will. No disagreements on that whatsoever. And that's why I'm quite happy to listen to his podcast and hear his point of view. But it doesn't mean that I agree with it all the time. And that is one that I would be quite happy to like debate over and say that I think he's just out of touch with some of these things. But I agree with you. He knows more about wrestling than I ever will. He's forgot more about wrestling than I'll ever know. Right now we've got double knees there by Iyo. Jamal, shout out to you.
Jamal Caron. Seeing The Rock in the post-Elimination Chamber press conference would be like if The Undertaker did a press conference after a Buried Alive match.
Yeah. But then that happened at a time that was a different world, wasn't it? I mean, when we were getting Buried Alive matches, we didn't have social media. We weren't putting out the content we're putting out now. We wasn't, like, the cat wasn't really out the bag. People sort of knew, and there was kind of a feeling of, like, yeah, this is kind of scripted. But, I mean, that just got blown apart when the internet came along. Drop kick there by Iyo. Rhea goes over to the other sides. Iyo on her feet. Crowd are making a bit of noise here. Double knees there by Iyo. Rhea gets back up. Big boot coming in. Looking for a clothesline. Iyo goes down. Goes for a headbutt. Kick. Nice kick coming in. Up and roll through. Stomp there by Iyo. Bianca watching on the outsides. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Rhea. So Rhea down at the moment. Iyo down.
Adam Armistead. That's the wonderful thing about wrestling. It's a fan's personal experience. We don't have to agree on anything, but still both enjoy the show. Maggie Lusk. Corny doesn't expose the gimmick as much as others do. Damn it, some of us still want to believe, or what's the point of watching?
Well, I think you can believe. You can believe because, I mean, for me, the line would be on the show. So, you know, a press conference, it's up to you whether you watch that or not. No one made you watch it. It's not part of the broadcast. It's a separate thing. And I would say the same with like social media. I mean, I find social media confusing because I don't know when the posts come out if I'm meant to. I mean, he does charity work, for example. So, you know, The Rock wants to like post about the charity work that he's doing. And he should, because if he's doing charity work and he wants to highlight the charities, he should post about it. But it's a jarring thing for a heel to be doing. So social media, I do find a bit confusing. Like, is it character related? Is it not character related? Can't really help you with that one, right? I'd say if you really want to live the gimmick, then, you know, stay away from social media accounts. But in regards to like press conferences, stuff like that, I mean, I would just say stay away from them. It's you never quite know if you're going to get the characters or not get the characters. Rhea on the outsides. Shoulder tackle there to Iyo. Justin, shout out to you. Iyo up in the air. Back on her feet.
Justin Henson. Humanity needs to go back to a time before the internet. The internet and social media ruined this world.
Okay, Iyo is in control. Bianca on the outsides. Don was talking to Carrion in the background. Was he? Is that who he was talking to? Iyo goes up, over the top, over the other side. Big boot there by Rhea. Iyo gets turned inside out. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Oof. While Roman was champ, he didn't break character outside the ring. Can we agree on that, says Nico? I genuinely don't know, to be honest with you. I genuinely don't know. I'd have to have a look at those documentaries and stuff like that. The kind of behind the scenes of the different WrestleMania documentaries. Ah, lovely DDT there by Iyo. Rhea in the corner. Iyo over the other side, charging over. Boom, big kick. Iyo going up, perched. I'll give Maggie the final word on the kayfabe conversation. Iyo going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out by Rhea. Kick out.
Maggie Lusk. Daze respect that, bud. I don't agree with him all the time either, and I always comment to him on it.
That's fair. Maggie, shout out to you. Rhea in trouble. Asuka lock applied. I think the problem I've got with this match is I really don't see any chance Iyo wins. And so I'm just really struggling to see this being anything other than a Rhea victory. I mean, could there be something screwy where Iyo double count out? Could it be a DQ win for Iyo? Could we do something like that to take this thing forwards? Iyo is looking to go up top. She's perched. Rhea gets up. She pushes Iyo into that top turnbuckle. Maggie said, I don't watch pressers. They're a bit of a snooze for me. Yeah, they're not essential. Ah! Beautiful work there by Rhea, going for the pin. 1, 2. Kick out. I can hear someone going, this is awesome. Okay, now the rest of the crowd are joining in. Johnny said, I'm waiting for Jade interference. Right now, Cloverleaf. And she's got Iyo. Right now, Iyo trying to get over to the ropes. Oh, it's Rhea that goes shoulder first. Into the ring posts. Where are we? We've got 5 minutes to go. We can always go over, of course. We can always go over. I still think there's something in that bus, you know. It's interesting putting the security in front of the bus. They didn't have to do that. Rhea goes into the barricades. Iyo going up. She's up and boom! Oh, she didn't really get much of that. She sort of missed Rhea, really. 1, 2, and Rhea gets her foot on the rope. Bianca is on her feet. This moonsault, she sort of overhits it. Okay, just a 2 count. Daze, they're everywhere. One person that always stays in character is my beautiful tribal chief. I think we can agree on that, and I wish that there was more like him, says Maggie. Nathan said, why must wrestlers be in character 24/7? We don't ask for actresses and actors when they promote movies. Nico said, do you guys get commercials? No, well, no. I mean, we stay with the matches, or we might get like an interview or something like that. Edge of the ring. Rhea in control. She's got her in an electric chair. Bang! Into the commentary table goes Iyo. Referee coming over. Just checking on Iyo. Okay, we've got Rhea down. We got Iyo down. We're up to 4, and Rhea is already on her feet and back into the ring, so it's not going to be a double count out here. Iyo is still down. Iyo trying to get back up to her feet. Maggie, respect to you. Iyo makes it. So at the moment, 76% say no, 23% say yes in regards to, are we going to get a new champion here? Rhea looking over at Bianca. I don't think she's impressed with the support that Bianca is showing Iyo. You don't want to face me at Mania. Oh, she pushes Bianca. Rhea pushes Bianca. Is Bianca going to get involved? Oh, okay. Well, what's that going to be? Is that going to be a DQ? Is that going to be a DQ? Okay, referee's coming round using her discretion. Yeah, come on, Calyx. Come on, Calyx. You tell them. So, she could have DQ'd then. But she hasn't. She's going to let this continue. Back in the ring goes Rhea. Iyo has had a bit of time to recover. You're going to pay for it. Bianca on the outside. This is interesting now. This is interesting because Iyo's had plenty of time to recover. She's not in a great spot, though. She's not in a great spot. She's going to do a riptide up there. She's got Iyo in a riptide. See you at Mania, says Rhea. Here we go. Monstrous reversed. Reversed. Boom connects. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God. Iyo wins. Iyo wins! Iyo's done it! Bianca just said she did it to herself. The flip! I just don't even recognize wrestling anymore. I don't even recognize it. Oh, where is he? Where is he? Does it feel like WrestleMania season started now? Does it feel like we're doing WrestleMania season now? Well, what does that mean? What does that mean? Jesus. I love the way they did that. I mean, they really allowed Iyo to kind of recover. So I love the way they've done that, but oh my God. Mate, I was sat here, I was like, there's no chance. I was struggling to get into the match because I was like, there's just no way. There was even a graphic that did the rounds that had Rhea's... It didn't even have Iyo on it. Even when she hit the moonsault, I'm like, she's going to kick out. Well, what does this mean? What does this mean? I've got to think that Rhea's going to turn around and say, look, I was distracted. That wasn't fair. I demand a rematch. I wonder if it's triple threat then at Mania. I don't think Rhea's out of this. I don't think she's out of this. Stupid. Look, yeah, Rhea's like, oh my God. God, all I can hear is Rhea shouting and screaming and so angry. Defcon said, do you remember when Defcon said you could see different champions before WrestleMania? Pepperidge Farm remembers. 1 week ago, I said it. Woo. I can't even woo. My voice won't let me woo. Defcon, shout out to you, buds. And that is how the episode has ended. Defcon also said the Gunther figure has got a different body to the Volta figures. Well, I think he's got a different body than when he was Volta, to be honest with you. That is... Iyo Sky winning the women's world title might be the most shocking WWE moment of the year. I'm typing that. I'm sending that. Just so that we can see what answers we get back there. Oh, mate. Let's go. Sometimes I put tweets out that I'm so proud of, and that is one of them. That is one of them. Right, Triple H really likes Rhea, so I'm shocked he's buried her. You've got a point there, Daze, says Neil. Maggie said she won't have it for long. They'll put it back on Rhea before Mania is my guess. David said, just like Cena, I did not expect that. Your Mommy Days said WWE is full of red herrings. Full of them. Mackenzie said Bianca kept looking left during the match. She kept looking left, like as if someone was going to attack or something. Retro MC said, how could you let that happen? I just did not know. I did not know. That is a massive shock, isn't it? Massive shock. JT and S. Shout out to you, buds. We're just getting people's thoughts in. People are getting in their scores for that match. Joey said, I hope that Iyo actually keeps it for a while. I hate super short title switches. Are we sure that Vince isn't head of creative right now, says Mike. Burying Rhea, some people said excellence of execution. Pete Ivy, shout out to you, buds. Lisa said, you led us into false hope in that match. Dude, I led myself. There is no way. I mean, the rumor is that it's Rhea Bianca at WrestleMania. That was the rumor. And so all we had to do is just get past this bit of a nothing match. Iyo's a very good challenger, a very credible challenger, but there ain't nothing at WrestleMania about Iyo being involved in that match. Certainly nothing that I've seen. It's Rhea Bianca is where we're heading. Now, listen, there's going to be twists and turns. We can still end up with Rhea Bianca, and Iyo might turns, you know. So yeah, I mean, I didn't just catch you out. Definitely another one that caught me. It's been a pretty, I gotta tell you, it's been a wild 48 hours. Jeremy thinks he knows what's going down.
Jeremy Madog 316 Maddock. $1 and 99 cents. I smell a triple threat at Mania.
Maybe that is the direction that this is gonna go. It could be, honestly. It really could be. Definitely three-way, says Sean. Maybe Triple H is getting tired of the shows being figured out and he's trying to keep the swerves. Well, listen, it's a great strategy. It's a great strategy. It's, yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the reaction on social media and people can't believe it. As you can imagine, this is a massive, massive surprise. Here's Kenny for your thoughts. Iyo Sky is champion. Who saw this come in? Oh my God. And then we've even got extra letters. World champion. Metal Mama's shocked. Sean Ross Atwell. Iyo Sky won the women's world title. Holy shiz. What says Roman Reigns SCN? Adam Goldberg. Iyo! Other things being said. Bianca, push, blah, 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 blah. That was just before, I think, actually. This was just the moment before, and then this is the reaction to what's gone down. And no! Iyo Sky has defeated Rhea Ripley for the Women's World Championship. No, even she's flipping shocked. Even she can't believe it. Iyo is in shock at this massive dub. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Chamman, holy shiz. I don't ever want to hear y'all MFers ever fix y'all lips and say Triple H don't love Iyo. I also don't want to hear y'all ever say this shiz is too predictable again. God, asking for a lot there, aren't you, mate? Someone's demanding. Don't want to hear this. Don't want to hear that. Blah, 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 blah. Right, JT and S, shout out to you, my friends.
J-Tans, new member, $9 and 99 cents. I think they are starting to lead us the wrong way with wrong leaks, so it can surprise us also. They are featuring reaction one like yours. Daze, did you see that on Raw? That was cool.
I saw. Yeah, a new women's champion. Absolutely amazing. I think that's going to really reverberate. I mean, look, we've got another reaction here. Crispy Wrestling saying the best shock of my life. The best shock of my life. WrestleMania just got even more effing exciting. So, yeah, JT and S, I completely agree. It was quite the moment. Quite the moment. J Lang Photography.
Lang Photography. $2. Makes wrestling must see again.
Makes wrestling must see again. Rad said it should have been a DQ when Bianca got involved. That is true. That is true, actually. Justice for Rhea. That is true. Justice for Rhea. She was robbed. Oh my God, she was robbed. I'm still in shock. Not happy, says Neil. Guys, I think that's actually Rhea Ripley's burner account. I think that might actually be Rhea Ripley, but she just joins us under the name of Neil. Crazy. But Rhea's going to cry, and she should have won by DQ, and it should be a triple threat. Oh my God, does that mean Jessica Carr's going to get in trouble? Does that mean she gets fired? Jessica Carr gets fired for being rubbish at her job and then pops up in Evolve as Calyx.
Nico Capone. While Jessica Carr was trying to break up Rhea and Bianca, she was saying, "Save it for WrestleMania." Did anyone else catch that?
Well, she was probably saying that to Bianca, like, you know, save this excitement and, you know, you trying to get your hands on people, save it for WrestleMania. I don't know that she was specifically talking to the two of them, if you will. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to go back and re-look at that moment, but I've got to think Jessica's not giving the game away at that moment. And if she was, that might have also been a bit of sleight of hand misdirection, because if she says save it for WrestleMania in that moment to Rhea and Bianca, you're really not going to see coming what comes seconds later, are you? If you've heard that, you're like, oh, she's just giving the game away. And then, boom, Iyo gets the win.
Kelly the wise lady. The only thing is we know Rhea is going to be involved. They're going to make it a triple threat. I just know it. I hope I'm wrong.
Miro, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Uncle Revel. Let's see what Uncle Revel's got to say. It's an interesting looking comment.
Uncle Revel. Member. I've talked to so many people in my life lately who weren't WWE fans or were in the past and are all getting on board. The Netflix accessibility plus the great content. What a time to be a fan.
Yeah. I think it's going through a real hot period. I mean, there is no way you can compare this to what we sat through in 2018, 2019 in particular, well, 2020, but we know the reasons for that. So, yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable. We are really eating good, honestly. We are really eating goods. Triple H's thoughts said that people complaining that the shows are always too predictable and safe got a Cena heel turn and a new women's champion, and we're still less than 7 weeks till WrestleMania. Bang, bang, bang. Martin, shout out to you.
Martin Orengo. If it's a triple threat, who is going to be the heel?
If it's a triple threat, who is going to be the heel? I think there's still a chance that Bianca could be the heel. I mean, it's a really good point. Are you going to put three faces into that match? So it's a really good point. If I have to pick one, I'm going to say Bianca. Lisa said, do I get notifications when you put out members stuff? I don't think so. Notifications on the members side does not tend to work. Some people, I think Metal Mama said there was a way that you could do it, but I am not aware of any way of doing it. It's one that I've had quite a few times, people saying that they don't get notifications for members side stuff. But that's why we tried to do the streams at the same time. Like, it'll be 11 o'clock for the Champions one, and it'll be... I don't know yet when it comes to Thursday, because we're moving WEP to Thursday this week, so I'm not sure on that yet.
Neil Gaffin. I was traumatized for 4 years, and it started with wide right.
Neil, shout out to you, buds. J-Lang?
Jalang Photography.
Jalang.
Are we seeing a new Attitude Era?
I don't think it's a new Attitude Era because it's too PG for it to be a new Attitude Era. But in regards to WWE being mainstream and, you know, it being exciting and big, yes. But this is what, the Netflix era, the Renaissance era, the Triple H era. It's an Attitude Era in that regards, but it's not the Attitude Era.
White Wolf 4807. The problem with long-term storytelling, as much as I like it, is that some things can be predictable, but having some swerves doesn't always have to bad either.
Yeah. I mean, I like a mixture. I like long stories. I like them mixed in with shorter stories. I think there should be like a big kind of arc. I mean, like Cody finishing his story has been a nice one. The bloodline has been a nice one. But we should be able to tell quick moving things as well. Like I like a mixture. I would imagine most people. I think everyone wants everything to last forever. But then equally, you don't want just everything being super short. I think there's room for everything.
We have 5 to 6 weeks left till Mania. Anything can happen this year.
Yes, that's true. Brian Alvarez even said that. Brian Alvarez even said anything can happen this year, to be honest. So, absolutely. But right, I think we will run away now because obviously the show has ended and there's unscenes and things to do. So appreciate everyone joining us, and wow, did it deliver? I mean, I thought the show was okay. I thought it was good. I don't know that it. I mean, an amazing start, and Otis Gunther really enjoyed. Lyra Ivy. I enjoyed. I like Lyra. And I like the fact they were working on the leg. I think that first hour was really strong. War Raiders against Creeds, I personally thought was a bit of a step down, but it was still fine. Chad Gable getting that mask thing, that was interesting. But, I mean, nothing's going to top that ending, is it? Nothing's going to top that. New women's champion. And I don't know where we go from here, but those people saying they can smell triple threat. And all of a sudden, if it is a triple threat, does that now make it a little bit more main event worthy? I mean, I think Bianca Rhea is a big match. I think it's one of the most exciting matches you can do in the women's division. So I think that you could argue is main event worthy anyway, but there's a lot of Iyo support out there. Adding Iyo into the mix, I mean, it's hard to say that Rhea, Bianca, Iyo is a bigger match than Roman, Seth, Punk. But there is a title involved in one that isn't in the other. Plus also, one is the women, and the women do get starved of opportunity. So you could say they deserve it because, you know, they deserve that platform as well as the guys do. And you can say, well, you know, the women don't draw the same way the men do. I don't know the breakdown there, to be honest. That could be true. But it's one of those where you've got to give them the opportunity first so they can show what they can do, you know? You've got an opportunity here to have Rhea, Iyo, and Bianca for a second time to main event WrestleMania. And I don't know that they will. They really might want to go with Jay Gunther. They might want to go with Seth, Roman, and Punk. I'm just saying, does it make it a bit more of a viable option? Maybe. Maybe it doesn't make any difference whatsoever. I don't know. But there we go. We are done. Appreciate people joining us. I'm going to run away and work on Unseen. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow. We're back tomorrow, same time with NXT. Then we'll be back on Wednesday. So we're doing another stream on Wednesday on this channel for Evolve. And that'll be the first episode of that. So we've still got plenty on the way this week. So Felix, I'm going to let Felix have the final comments. Felix says, rest in peace, Daze. Thank you, my friend. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.